Where'd all the time go? Dr. Dog, ironic because of the whole t-shirt thing. Um, it says emotionally guarded, but the t-shirt looks better tucked into my skirt so you can't see the guarded part. Because I'm shallow. And I'm not that emotionally guarded as much as I am emotionally guided. Hence the pun title. I thought that was cute. I have some really funny things to go through, basically, before we get to any tarot. And when it comes to the tarot, hello, I haven't decided what decks we're gonna do, but there is a card that I dropped the other night that didn't end up back in the deck, so I will have to pull out the mystery deck, so we may do the mystery deck. I was also ready to stream probably a solid 45 minutes ago, and then I started editing the frame. I think only people with ADHD can understand how hard I have to bounce back month after month after premenstrual, dysphoric, blood, etc. It's fun. Did I get disconnected from the internet? I don't know. It's not fun, by the way, that was sarcasm. But now I'm having fun because I'm catching up and doing all these random things that I didn't even think to do for the past 2 weeks. So I'm gonna roll some ads. I think that I can't look at my bangs like this, so you know what I'm about to do on this commercial break right here. So we will be I know, we will be right back. All right. I'm back. Sorry if that took a minute. I had to grab a bat because my bangs have been pissing me off for a few days now. I'm not going to get into it. But while I was doing this, I knocked over it's not really a shrine necessarily. It's more like a shelf that collects my items, and my items make things look like shrines. So either everything in my life is a shrine or nothing in my life is a shrine, but all of it's very unintentional yet very on point. Okay, so I had like this shrine to Betty Page because I have the center of it was this flask, and when I went to go grab a bat off of it, it fell over completely, first time like ever. And I realized I've never even tried to talk to Betty Page, but I can't remember. Is she a Taurus? Because I'm pretty sure she's a Taurus. I feel like she's April 23rd or thereabouts. I'm gonna look it up. I always spell her name wrong. It's crazy. Like me of all people. Yeah, April 22nd. I was going to say the 22nd, and I was like, no, it's way too easy to remember. Let's go with the 23rd. And she was born in 1923, which would have been 100 years ago this year. That's so wild. So I definitely want to try to get in touch with Betty Page, but maybe I'll wait till her birthday because this would be her 100th birthday, and that could be a really fun party. But maybe I'll meet her first. So that might be really cool. Can't believe it never even crossed my mind to talk to her. Hey, you're new. I don't have a list, and I'm not doing tarot yet. I'll be doing tarot later, but I only do general readings. You'll know when I'm doing actual tarot because the screen will be green and smaller. If you want to scroll back again in anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours. I will be doing tarot tonight, but I don't know what deck. So yeah, but I don't really have a list. Right now I was just going over a few things before I get started with the tarot, but once again, if you want to check back in once I get started on tarot, you can. You'll notice the green little screen, then you'll know, card zone. Right now I got a bunch of shit on my table to go through. So, Betty Page on the list. Next time I do Halloween Oracle, could be tonight. Like I said, I didn't really pick any cards to do tonight, so we shall see. But I guess she's coming to the desk. The flask is empty, but maybe it should be full. I am a writer, you know. I was trying to pick up alcohol for a minute there after giving it up completely for like a year, or at least other than outside of ritualistic medicine. It didn't pan out. Alcohol does not help with my writing, I find. Interestingly enough. Not sleeping will. But, like, alcohol, I don't know how all these men who write were such drunks. I will literally never understand that. And that's probably why I don't really like that many of them. No, I'm just kidding. I've grown to really appreciate Dr. Hunter S. Thompson, but I don't get Kurt Vonnegut. I'm just going to say it. I'm sure he's good, but was he just drunk? I don't know. So, first things first. I'm going to hang up my new angel number paintings, drawings. This is my angel numbers. You cannot see the details on this. I posted a picture on my story, but it's probably expired by now. And if you're watching the replay, it's definitely expired by now, but I'll post better pictures eventually. So we're going to hang this one. Oh, and the back is cute too, even though I'm hanging it up. I just, if I can't decide which side to use on something, or if they're different, like, having the white side and the brown side of the cardboard. My lips feel really weird. I put lipstick on like a while ago, and I've been chilling. And it hasn't been bothering me until I sat down, so I almost feel like there's something to be said. It's kind of weird. It's a weird feeling on my lips. And, like, it could be the lipstick, but like I said, I put that on literally, I don't know, hours ago at this point. And, I don't know why it would just be bothering me now. So I feel like it's more like It's either like something needs to be said, but it almost feels more like a holding back, like not a kiss necessarily, but it's giving like sha la 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 la, don't be shy, like Ariel vibes. This is the other one. It's not. This one's technically not an angel number. The white was like, okay, what am I gonna draw? And like I've literally just been obsessed with Hounds of Love lately. Can't get over how good that album is. Just it's so good, but it's very sloppy, but it's kind of cool. I didn't like how dark I'd made the sun, so then I was like, fuck it, we're going balls to the wall on this one. Kate Bush lyrics, The Big Sky, if you couldn't tell. And then I still did an angel number on the back. 808. I'm back with the 808, cause I'm bossy. Right? No, she's Flossie. My bad, dude. Fuck. Am I Flossie? I don't know. I ain't even really that bossy. Am I? Yeah, so save that date. 808, the Rocky Lion King show. So hopefully I have updates for you on that. As of right now, there is no information other than that. But remember it, and then in 8 months you can make fun of me when I forgot to do it. And 12/12. Okay. So anyways, maybe have more faith. Maybe have more faith in me. Maybe have more faith in me, as in us. Me. You know? Yeah. So anyways, I love it. I'm going to put the sun right up here. You won't be able to see it. I think you can see the angel numbers, so that's pretty cute. Just filling in space. Love the little smaller pieces of cardboard. I never really cut them. This, I feel like, ripped off, or maybe they gave us a small piece or something. I don't know where that one came from. It was all from one carryout order. So, and there was a piece I couldn't use because it got grease on it. So I was like, RIP. But yeah. I'm really glad that a bunch of randos came on here to give free tarot and didn't stay to get to know me. It's kind of sad. But hey, it's tarot category, so I gotta be honest with them, you know what I mean? A little, it's not even what she's saying. I don't really think that's fair. Lay down at the ground, missing, but I never go in. Cannot sing with Kate Bush. Now I'm looking at the big sky. I'm looking at the big sky now. It's changing with the big sky. You never understood me. You never really tried. This cloud and that cloud looks like Ireland. Yeah, she's so funny, dude. Kate Bush is just so cute. Fucking love her so much. I have since I can remember ever listening to music, bro. We were like jamming to Games Without Frontiers when I was like, I had to be 3 years old based on where I lived at the time. I love Kate Bush. Suki plays with Leo. Sasha plays with Brit. Adolf builds bonfire. And Rico plays with it. You know? Dressing up in costumes. Playing silly games. Hiding out in treetops. Shouting out rude names. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Whistling tunes, we hide in the dunes by the seaside. That's Peter Gabriel, but Kate Bush is the feature. She says something in French, though, so I can't sing her part. I have no idea what she's saying. Okay. This one's holding up really well, probably because it's so small. Really like that. I thought I said get that ass for a second. Thank you. Don't know what you're referring to, but thank you. Very cool. Very, very cool. I need one right here. Next number. Maybe I'll do an 888. I did 808 before 888, so maybe that's why it needed to be the back of something. Maybe I'll get like a nice thin piece of cardboard for here, a couple more here. Yeah, I love this game. This is my favorite game to play. And it's so funny. This is a little personal, perhaps even vulnerable. But I'm thinking a lot about, or maybe just communicating with, both, with a friend of mine who passed away. And he and I met a long time ago and then sort of reconnected years later, which was still so many years ago now. Like, so many. Thank you for the follow. I thought you've already followed me. I have a list telling sentimental stories. When the screen turns green, you know what I mean? You'll know that I'm on tarot. So I've been thinking about my buddy who passed away. And he also used to, he worked at a pizza place, so he would use his pizza box tops to paint with art. And it's something that I've always done too, was use random pieces of cardboard. And it was something we did simultaneously without knowing each other, and something we did together when we reconnected, you know? And I, to an extent, had not even considered how connected I've stayed to him through these things, or that in particular. So I just thought it was very, very cute, very sweet to think of, but also just feeling present with people. It's winter, you know. Persephone's alive and well in Hades, right? Okay, so a few more things. I was thinking about doing some reading time on the stream from now on, just like random or at the end of the night, or on days I don't feel like streaming and actually talking. Not sure if there's any interest in that. Not sure I have very good books that people would be super into, but I have a lot of stuff that I haven't finished reading, need to reread, or have never read. So I would love to do that. Y'all will have to let me know if you're interested in story time. I'll post a few books and we can choose our winner on Instagram if you follow my Instagram at IllyMilly or at ILMystex. In the meantime, I do have my own book. I read this, and I mentioned this on the stream the other night because it's pretty graphic and weird. I read it, and it's even worse graphic, worse weird than I even remembered. But there was a couple things in there that I'd be down to read, but it's not much, considering it's like 60 pages or something. Maybe I'm exaggerating. 48, okay, yeah, so there's not a whole lot of it that I would read, but some of it's not, it's more vague. It's true, they're all like true horror stories, and makes me sound sick in the head, and just digs up old trauma, really, so I'm kind of just leaving it dead. There's only 14 copies ever printed. It was never available to buy online. It's been removed from the publisher. The document's been destroyed, but I only have one of the 13 copies, 14 copies. The other 13, I only know where one is, so that's my bad. That's my bad. This shit is sick, fucked up. Kind of funny. It's not funny at all. I don't know why I said that. Sometimes I have inappropriate emotional reactions. Maybe that's my emotionally guarded side. Okay, right. We're not digging graves. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're just going to start with some really dark poetry, and then we'll move on to some tarot. But I don't know what deck yet. I'm leaning towards mystery deck because I missed one picking them up the other night, and I'm wearing a lot of dark colors, is like the color scheme for it, which means channeled alien messages to inflame reading, whatever the fuck goes on with the mystery doc, higher beings in general. Oh, hey, get this, bro. I've been waiting for you. Coolest thing happened. So I got this desk that I'm sitting at where I do tarot, and I opened this drawer and I pulled out. This is the notebook that I take notes for my tarot streams, make lists, just like anything related to the stream or spirituality in general, scribing, channeling stuff, you know. It's that notebook, okay? Hey, everybody just got it. Thanks. I was like, damn, it's quiet around here, and I thought I started earlier than I had been, so I was hoping it'd be better, but I'm glad y'all are here. Sorry I haven't been scheduling. I think that was actually really helping, was to be scheduled, and I suck at sticking to a schedule, you know? So sorry about that. And I might be able to, my schedule might be changing a little bit in the upcoming week, so I'll have a better idea, but right now I'm testing out days again. Testing out my own personal schedules and seeing how streaming fits, and so far it just seems like I can't do it any earlier than I have been. I wanted to, and I'm like, damn, the way my days go, absolutely never going to be ready before 9 p.m. Pacific time. In fact, it's gotten later and later. So anyways, now that y'all here, especially Dom, there was other people, but I can't remember who else was in the chat that night. So this notebook is my typical stream notebook, right? But lately I've been going through a lot of my old ones because I look for stuff. A lot of what I published in that yellow book that everybody really liked came out of journals, because handwriting is always going to be the best writing. I'm considering handwriting my research novel, or whatever the fuck you'd call it. It sounds insane, but there's really something to it. Anyways, I picked this one up, right? And I've got this. I remember my mom bought me this when I was in 4th grade, because we were taking our first trip to California, and I wrote one page in it, and then I started using it again right after I graduated high school. So that's like how old this journal is, but also how much I've not used it over the years. I was in college, and I was taking a math class that was like way too hard for me, and I told myself that if I did not pass the class, that I'd drop out and write a book. So I did kind of technically pass the class. I got like a D, like a 1.3 in the class or something. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna cut my losses, spend all my money on drugs, and write a fucking book about my life, I guess. I don't know. And then I did. And she was pretty crazy, both my life and the book. And don't do drugs, but also don't read that book. Gotta write another one. There's no book, okay? So if you were on my stream the other night, this is not where it becomes relevant and why it's so uncanny that it was in this drawer and I hadn't noticed and I just picked it up. Because last winter, or winter of 2020 and 2021, I've been going through a lot of my own journals. Like I said, I find a lot of good shit in there. I'm not even gonna lie. I've published shit that I wrote when I was like 16. I've always been good at this. But I used it a little bit last winter. I don't know how many pages, but the friend of mine who I was just talking about, I was writing about him. This was his birthday last year, November 4th, 2021. So that was probably around the time I last wrote in this notebook. Okay. But it's really only a few pages. Yep. There's like 6 pages that I wrote within the last 10 years. You will never guess the last fucking thing I wrote in this notebook. Okay? And if you were on my last stream, you'll understand why this was such a deal to me. I came up with a quote and I wrote it wrong, so you can make fun of me if you want. And then I rewrote the quote, and then I wrote, this is the last thing written in this fucking notebook. I don't know if anybody can read that. But it's pretty damn funny if you were on my last stream. Let me read it out loud in case you couldn't read my handwriting. The quote that I made up for something was, the chains of colonialism are breaking. If you want to be a raw iron link, get busted. Really like that. And then it just says, just showing love for Leonard Cohen. That's it. That's the whole. Oh, there's something on the next page. Okay, so this is obviously very important to hear. I don't know what it is. Go to the place where you go every time you do something amazing. Check in once in a while. And that's it. That's it. That's the last two things written in this notebook in the past. That's so weird. I wrote this last November, maybe last December, at the very latest. That's wild. I remember who I was on the phone with. I remember where I was. I didn't even live here. That's weird, right? I wonder if this sitting in here, I remember doing it, but that's wild. That's wild. So I can't wait. Thursday, in case you missed it, Thursday is Janis Joplin's birthday. That's going to be January 19th. It's also the first day that Mercury goes back direct and the last day of Capricorn season, transitioning into Aquarius season. So we are looking forward to Janis's annual birthday party that I host in my head, I guess, on stream every year since 2020, I think. It was smaller. 2020, it was just her, I think. And then 2021 and 2022, we had birthdays. So, typical guest list includes Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix, someone else random showed up last year. Can't really remember who. Hopefully, we're getting some Leonard Cohen this year. Possibly Betty Page. My Betty Page flask fell today. If you missed that, I might wait till her birthday, but we might try to get acquainted before then. Because I've never talked to her before. It didn't even dawn on me. Because I try not to make my own requests. I try to wait for other people to request or wait for the month of Halloween and do who I feel would be the most important to talk to in a way. Or whoever, I think to talk to. People, I don't know. People I like will make it known if they feel like doing it. You know what I mean? So Betty Page kind of made it known today. Yeah, but Leonard Cohen was waiting, to say the least. I wonder how long I had this sitting in here. It's so crazy to me. It's just still blowing my mind. It's as good as the whole fucking good night and good luck stuff. Y'all, I need water. No. There will be so many more times. You can even think about it if you want, and I'll try to pre-schedule it. Have it ready for Thursday. It's not a big deal. I thought people would be more interested in asking their own questions when I do that, and most people don't really say anything. A lot of people skip the streams and don't really talk to them or get confused as to what I'm doing. But I'm always down for questions. I just kind of never get any. So definitely think of whatever. You can guide the conversation. It's not like I'm trying to do it. I'm doing something else, So anyway, let me run this ad because we only had 30 minutes until I had to roll one anyways. And I need water before we get started. Once again, probably doing a mystery deck tonight. Not totally sure, nothing planned, just one of the cards got left on the floor the other night. It's the youth, by the way, so we can discuss that. I'm not sure I really want to I don't know if I want to jump into it yet, or if I want to pick another deck, or if we want to read the few things I will read from this book, or if we want to just relax, or if y'all have any questions and shit. So think about it in the ad break. If you have a request on what we do next, absolutely tell me. If you're anxious for tarot, whatever, if there's more pressing matters, just shout it out in the chat. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, so, what's up? Did we just, chilling? Cool. I love that. Yeah, what is up? I feel like so tired, these past few days. Ask, please. I really would rather just kind of chit the chat with y'all for a minute before we get into the tarot. I, had mentioned, whoa, okay. I think about that a lot. I think about that a lot. I can see how that. You were not. Are you serious? No, I don't believe you. Okay, so I would just like in the short, if this was like a yes or no, I would say yes. Like, that's what is so crazy about women, witches, historically speaking, and magic itself being so centric to things like blood, sex, sacrifice, creation, potions, elixirs, all of it. So, yeah. Like, yeah. That's why I think women, in a sense, I shouldn't say women, but it's kind of the women. It's not necessarily all womb carriers, and it's not all women either, and it's not exclusive to either one of those things, but it's, I think, the classic narrative, the mainstream, traditional, however you want to word the straight couples. Let's just be real. Straight people being in charge. Just tell it like it is. Elitist pedophile rings being the government. Whatever the fuck you want to, however you want to slice it, okay. So those people who decided what a nuclear family was, why the fuck would you call it nuclear in the... Let's not get into the antics of straight people right now. That's not really my point. I think the thing is, you asked a really loaded question that I already answered with like a clean yes, and I could just break away from. And yet here I am bumbling to explain the very powerful thing that I'm going to say that's going to probably piss people off, that I mean with no intent of malice or insult, because it is just perspective. And I was thinking about this prior today, not about this thought in particular, but I thought, are my beliefs motivated by my spiritual messages, or are my spiritual messages motivated by my beliefs? And I do think it's the former. I think a lot of what I believe comes to me, I almost said esoterically, so like it, from an ancient source. And I think the necromancy helps me establish a sense of accuracy that you can't really establish with the non-preferential identities or entities, like that never truly existed but have reference material, or like maybe existed but too long ago. You know what I'm saying? So like people who lived in this life are like the only way that I can confirm my intuition powers. It's like I'm grateful for it. That's why that's not why I do it, but that's a big part of why I don't mind doing it, whereas a lot of readers and energy people don't like to. We've talked about that a little bit over here. But I do think that the messages that I receive definitely shape my beliefs more so than vice versa, in the same way that a lot of the spiritual items or statuary or gods and goddesses I've kind of collected, worshipped, or honored over time would naturally stand out to me in a place or time. It was never like, in middle school, I was still in Catholic school, and I was like, I'm gonna study Buddhism, I'm gonna be a Buddhist, and then I was like, yeah, this shit is sweet, and then I got to high school, and I was like, I'm just gonna do atheism for a while. I'm just gonna do hardcore science for a little bit, and that's fine, But as I got older, I just was like into the magic of life and following my path specifically that was meant for me and that I was on, and not paying attention to what anyone was doing or telling me to do. And I think it was cool, it was fun for a while, or kind of still is. Even if, it's harder to acclimate yourself to, I don't want to say society because that sounds too big, but even like work environments or social groups or public settings, it's a lot harder to do those things when you're just like so on a path. Some people see it as living in your own world, but I was like, I'm just listening to what the world is telling me in the form of songs or guides or signs, rather than structured script. Okay, so that being said, something that's coming to mind when we talk about period sex, I lost somebody. Perfect. Okay, so here's what I was thinking. That all having been said, given the circumstances, I feel like a lot of women or womb carriers are limited to the idea that their bodies are only used to procreate or create or recreate human specimens. That is not supposed to sound like bestiality, would be the other option, okay? But rather that it is a creation machine in general, and that you can generate so much more creative power and energy from that womb source. For example, by getting your period, like a lot of womb carriers are on birth control and they don't bleed, so they don't get to tap into that magic, and I feel like that part of your cycle is a purge, so it's really like it's inputting something while exporting something else, an exchange of energy, right? And so, yeah. I also feel like, this has been on my mind a lot lately, and I don't take this the wrong way either. And I can't say that I've never done this before, so please don't get me wrong. Not that it's anyone's business, but if I'm going to say stuff that makes it people's business, I'll just regard that I'm not exempt from this. But the thought of like the female reproductive system and the people attached to it being so like not just okay with, but even into the idea of a male reproductive system just like inside them is so kind of disgusting and revolting to me on so many levels. Mostly on the patriarchal level, because it's so very mark your territory, sow your seed, and even if it's like, it's not like that because I'm not trying to get anyone pregnant, it's been ingrained in you generationally to feel that way. So yes, it is like that. Just because you disregard where traditions or desires come from doesn't mean that that is inherently not where they come from, right? But because the womb is such a source of creation and magic that we have been expelled from and ostracized, outcasted, and killed for, just out the gate. Like, during the time when all women were accused of being witches and only the ones with husbands could prove that they weren't witches, and some of their husbands decided they were witches anyway. Like, what the fuck? And now y'all just let them use their little magic wands to put whatever the fuck they want in you. That's the craziest thing I have ever heard. I'm talking more like, obviously I'm not talking about people who are like actively seeking to get impregnated and like have a child. You know what I mean? I don't see anything wrong with that other than like the state of the world, but that's not any individual's fault necessarily. So like I still understand your life path being a parent. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't frown upon people being parents, even if we discuss that on this channel a lot. We're trying to break stereotypes and release certain restrictive dynamics that come with parents and non-parents, parents and children, children and their parents. Mostly the last one, because we are people with parents more so than parents just like on my channel. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who have like breeding fetishes, or like people who take birth control just so that they can have nut in them. First of all, STIs, like you're really this dumb. Y'all are really this dumb. We're like, medicine is the most advanced it's ever been, and sex is the most protective it's ever been, and yet we have like the all-time high rates of STDs. Like, that's crazy, because Al Capone was killed by syphilis. Like, whoa. Y'all are mad irresponsible with sex, right? Like, you have to recognize all these things. Not saying you personally, but because, yes, sex is sort of pretty magic. Orgasms in itself are quite magic. But then you add blood. Oh my God, y'all. Oh my God, y'all. Like, oh my God, y'all, pay attention to what you're doing, you know? So that was a good question. It was way harder. It was a way more on the spot, tougher question than I expected, and I did probably way over explain it and lost some people along the way. But what are you gonna do? Some stuff needs to be said even if it doesn't need to be said. You know what I'm saying? So, okay. Next question. I don't know. I gotta roll another ad in like 15 minutes. So I figure we just, yeah, no problem. Yeah, dude, well, if you're brave enough to ask, I'm brave enough to answer. That's how I see it. I don't think any question is a stupid question. If the thing is, I feel like I am a practitioner, right? And I've been debating on, amen, thank you, respect. I've been thinking about doing live streams in other places as well to kind of allow people to ask more graphic questions, but I don't know if I really have the audience for it at this time. I'm not lazy, I'm spread thin. So I have my hand or foot, or hands and feet, in a little bit of everything, eggs all in different baskets, if you will. And so they're all getting cold. I don't know how you would say it. I'm deciding what's important to me, or what's popular, if you will. You know, great song, Not a Surf, right? I think it's like the only one by them I know. So yeah, cool. What else is up? What else is up? We'll get to the tarot. We will. With me? No, I'm just kidding. That'd be so silly. I don't even know who you are. But the way that I'm throwing myself back and forth on this chair would indicate some flirtation anyway, which is pretty goofy of me, I will admit. Anyways, that sounds exciting. I think falling in love is the best part about it. And some people really like the relationships, which I find them cool for a minute, but falling, that shit is a good time. It's definitely a good time. A1. That's what that is. Cheers to love. Let's cheers to love. Congrats. I hope it's mutual. I know that was such a dirty spot on my bong, but I did clean it. You know what song was? Okay, I listened to this a whole bunch over the summer because I don't know why. I guess I was going through something. There's like a weird preface
Preface. I'm just gonna get the link to this song because it's good and you'll really like it. And if I knew more words, I would sing it, but I only know one line. But it slaps, dude. I think I was more in the mood of like making music and feeling music and being passionate. And that's why this song hit as hard as it did. But maybe I did think I was in love at certain points. Because summer's like that, isn't it? Summer loving had me a blast. Summer loving happens so fast. Thank you, Odd. Deck. Nice. Account created on 420, bro. You're in the right place. Did you follow me because you saw me smoking this bong? Is that what it was? Okay, so this song slaps so hard. And if you feel it, that's how you'll know. Nova Killer, you've been here before. Why do you follow me every day? Like, did you get mad at me? Now you're not mad anymore? You forgot that you were following me already? What's going on? Okay. So this bong, as much as everybody really likes it, is extremely hard to clean. Hi. What's up? Your account was made in tourist season. I feel like you did. You've already sent 10 messages in this chat. And you can only send messages in this chat if you follow me. But since you've been here tonight, which you just followed me this minute, then how would you have sent those 9 other chats? If you didn't already. Sorry. Didn't mean to call you out in front of the group or anything. So anyway, this fucking bong, everybody compliments and it's really cool. It was a gift. I love it. It's a bitch to clean. Like, this is just perpetually dirty. But I got so much of this clean just from fucking hot water and hand sanitizer. Like, you can see the weed in the bowl. And, like, this clear, this was all black. This was all black. Even a lot of this was, like, the whole way around was super dirty. And now only halfway around is dirty. And I love it. It tastes so much better. This is just a reminder to clean your fucking bong, people. Make sure you're changing that water every 2 to 3 days, depending on how much you use the bong. If you use it as much as me, every 2 to 3 days. If you use it less, once a week. If you use it more, then you need to just change that shit every day. And then every, I don't know, maybe like 2 weeks. That's cool. Weed tablets? Like, pills or like gel tabs or like gummies, kind of like green tablets. It's kind of cool. So I use Kafiza, but it's a very complicated process. All right, I don't like recommend it. I'm not going to explain it to you right now. But at the same time, my laptop is dying. Hand sanitizer? What does cocaine have to do with anything? Hand sanitizer and hot water works really good to just in between cleanings. I know, like, isopropyl alcohol and salt will be people's first choice, and some people will actually, like, buy bong cleaner, but hand sanitizer and hot water. And then maybe, like, sometimes getting a pipe cleaner or something, dig in there, works just as good. In case y'all have, like, all that extra hand sanitizer that the distillery's made that's, like, impossible to use on your hands because it smells like tequila and makes you want to throw up, you can use it for your bong. Yeah, that's actually a great idea. So, I'm really confused about this cocaine is a hell of a drug comment because 1, where did it come from? 2, no it's not. 3, are you gonna follow up with anything else, or is this why you unfollowed me the first time? I think I'm in love.
Probably just hungry. That's the only words I know to that song. It's like the only thing I retained. Because it's like so relatable, right? I think I'm in love. Or probably just hungry. That's it. That's all I know. Okay, so it got really quiet. That's okay. Maybe you guys didn't like my bong cleaning tutorial. I think you're assholes. I'm just kidding. Can we all relax? Thank you so much. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry if I'm boring. I'm gonna do tarot in a minute here. It's so funny to me when there's like so many people watching but not so many people talking. It's nobody's job to talk to me. I'm the only one who actually committed to speaking on this stream. So I can't blame anybody for being quiet. It's simply silly to me. It's just silly goose vibes. This looks really pretty, by the way. This Genshin game. Yeah, that looks cool. That looks like an anime I would watch, but I don't really play games. Sometimes I play like digital card games or like Pop-On Tetris. Stuff like that. Throwback arcade games. Okay, to be honest, the other night I made the mistake of trying to start off with the mystery deck, and like there was just I couldn't do it. I don't know how else to explain that, and I feel like I'd only done the Cosmic Deck of Initiation since the year started. Since Gregor's year started. I don't understand why this Gregor guy get to decide when the fuck New Year's was gonna be, but alright. So I don't really know what to do, and I was not gonna use the Thoth deck until the actual New Year because I'm so tired of talking about the same shit, kind of. Same with the Love deck. I think I was gonna wait till Valentine's Day. But realistically, y'all, that's like still 3 weeks away or a month away. What day is it? I'm thinking it's the 20th already. No, that's still a month away. And the New Year is like 3 months away. So what decks do we want? I'm talking about talking to dead people, but that just seems too heavy. I gotta do that on Thursday. I'm doing that all day, all night Thursday. So I don't really want to use the Halloween Oracle, even though I just said I'd talk to Betty Page. It's not your night, Betty. Not really feeling any of them. I'm kind of feeling the mystery deck. I was feeling the inspiration deck. I kind of wanted to wait for the demons. I wanted to do like a end of year karmic reading and then like the new year economic forecast reading for like the quarters of the upcoming financial year, and like that's really exciting. But for the new year, bro, that's not till March. What do I do now? None of them really are jumping out to me. That's what I kind of said that in the first couple streams I did since I've come back. Nice. Yeah, you're a Pisces, right? So none of the decks are really standing out as to be used lately, and I knew that there wouldn't be as much tarot in this year that there was, and I think that's why I'm being picky about my decks and taking time off tarot decks more, because that 3 decks 2 nights every week was like so saturated. It's like, what is there left to say if we just get insight about everything every week, you know? Although I think it's good to check in. I think we just have to stop dancing around things so much
and stop hiding behind the cards. So maybe it's just the way the card readings go down. They will be more broken up and more conversational and more open ended than they were before. Um, because there's just a new chapter, beginning, book, whatever you want to call it, because a decade just ended. And while a lot of people think like the decades are like the turning points, like 1999 to 2000 was a really big deal, but 2012 to 2013 was a very big deal. And the years after that, everyone was like so happy and life was really good from like 2013 to 2016. I feel like is notably a good time in a lot of people's lives. It might just be people my age. But it does seem like things were just like it was like the calm before the storm, and then the 2017 to like 2022 was the storm, and now it's like that decade is ending. We're starting a new decade. And where are we starting from? We don't know. But after the calm and after the storm, there is sunshine, and then you make rainbows. So I feel like that's what this year is really about. And people are bracing for the worst, but I feel like if you're bracing for the worst, you're getting the worst. And if you're bracing for change, things will inevitably change. But to assume that it'll be negative is a disservice to yourself and the world around you. Okay. Um, Hounds of Love, dude. Kate Bush is really, really the truth. Let's run this ad before I start talking too much. This is the type of stuff I mean, where it's like you don't need tarot cards to get the message you need. You don't need tarot to tell you what to do or to know what to think. Sometimes we need to just talk to each other. And that is something that I've always believed was going to start the revolution, was being able to have conversations with one another and break down social barriers or false boundaries that were created on our behalves in order to control the conversation and how we think and what we do and how we interact with each other. So let's do more of that. Like, that's what we need to be doing. We don't need to be so focused on the self and so obsessed with the self and our lives. We need to start imagining that there really is a greater good if we want there to be one. We have to make it. So, okay, let's roll an ad and let's not get too radical. All right. Alright, what was I doing? Oh, I plugged my phone in. That took me a whole 3 minutes for no reason. I'm back though. Okay, so hello, Allie. What's going on, everybody? I haven't gotten into the tarot lately. True. I meant yet. I think I need a new tarot deck. I'm just gonna be honest. I think I need a new deck. I used to wonder why tarot readers that I would see on YouTube and stuff have so many fucking decks in the background. And it's like, this is why. Because after a while, it's like, I could keep saying the same shit, but maybe we could say it in a different way or from a different source or a different method, different take, different perspective, you know? Like, it does suck to get too repetitive. But what is anybody feeling? My newest deck is the mystery deck, right? No, my Cosmic Deck of Initiation is my newest deck. I'm pulling these out. I'm not doing it yet, but I'm going to pull these out because where's this card? It's funny, I said it in the book just now and didn't even realize it. But I was young when I wrote this. I think it was like, Halloween 2014. 2015. That blows my mind. I must have been in Memphis 2 years in a row for Halloween. I didn't think that was 2015. Yeah, that was a rough year, to be quite frank. That was crazy. I mean, that was just a wild time. What was I even doing? I don't remember, besides working at a bar. And at that point, I don't know that I would have been anymore. No, maybe I did. Huh. Toasty. So, I was thinking about reading a couple of these things since I don't really feel like doing tarot yet. And we didn't decide what decks I was going to do because I want to do one before the mystery deck because it's so intense. And the youth. Maybe it's good to explore some of the different phases of my youth. Like I said, there's poetry and stories that I wrote before this that were timeless and still so good. To this day, I read back and I'm like, this is so sweet and poetic or creative or whatever. And this era was just a dark time. And I imagine the PMDD was just winning. Like, there's really no other way to say it. Like, the PMDD was winning. And I imagine that's really a lot of what it was. But, there is... Okay. You know what I was just thinking? I think we might do a different source of divination. I think we might explore different sources of divination. Maybe that's kind of the lesson with the tarot right now. And that's why I don't feel like doing tarot. I watch Baba Jolie on YouTube. She's pretty good. She's a Scorpio. Another one that I do watch is Birth of Venus Tarot. And she's a Taurus. And it's so funny because I said the other day that like all the readers I listen to at least are fixed signs. Leo. I can't think of any Aquarius readers, but most of them are Tauruses. A couple of them are Leos, and a few of them are Scorpios. Baba Jolie's a Scorpio. And she does water divinations. And I feel like that's because she's a Scorpio, but as a Scorpio rising, I feel like I could do it. I do feel like one of the things that I have been focused on this past year, because we are still in our zodiac cycle, we're only in Cap season, we still have Aquarius and Pisces season before we call it on the 2022 zodiac wheel, right? So everyone's in 2023 and I can respect that and I'm going along with it, but to me, the year doesn't, this is the preview of 2023 and last minute requests for what is going to happen and reviewing the past 10 months as we close out the year, as we close out the cycle. So I'm going to look, I could probably use this as a pendulum. It's been hanging here. It's technically a necklace, but I don't wear it very often as a necklace for a few reasons. This could serve as our pendulum. I also have a different necklace that I bought to be a pendulum, kind of, but I love wearing it, and I don't love using it as a pendulum, oddly enough. I can't get this off. Maybe it's strange. Okay, maybe that's not it. But I could try water. I just don't know. I also felt like I could try scrying a little bit. I do it for myself. I do it by myself. I hadn't really considered doing that for the stream, but I feel like if it's not on camera, it's okay. It'd be like right here, because I'm very private about my magic, and that dips into magic territory for me. But no, divination is way different than prediction or interpretation. Divination is like using the water as a tool to see visions. Divination is more mind's eye and projections, I think, than predictions and psychic intuition, if that makes sense. So that's what she does, both tarot and the water. And it's not like, I mean, the thing is, I'm more of a fire person, so maybe I can stare at this flame. I love to watch a flame, and I've seen so much and gotten so much from staring into them that I feel like that's my preferred element, even though I don't even know what my fire placements are. That's like so bizarre to think about. I don't have, Aries and Mercury. I'm sorry, Aries and Mercury. Mercury and Venus are both in Aries, so I guess that's why my communication, 111, would come from fire. So that does make sense. So maybe rather than water, I might do some candle readings. It sounds weird, and it's not something I've ever done before, but like I said, it's not that I'm done with tarot, but until I get the right new deck or, like come across something really like a need for a reading, I just don't want to do them. The only reason I even am agreeing to do the mystery deck is because the loose card needs to be put back anyways, and that's usually an indication for me to do that reading. Plus I didn't do it justice the other night, but it's also not a good opener. I kind of need to get in and like warm up a bit before I go for that deck. And I learned that the hard way last night, where I tried to make that the only deck I used, which I don't think I've ever done. And it's too much, unless it's a personal reading, There's too many energies from too many places attached to that deck to like successfully lock into something without already having led up to it. So I want to, but we gotta do something else before that. I can't believe I've already been streaming for an hour. So let's read some poetry, and then we'll scry some messages. Or does that feel too satanic? I don't know. It's not really real poetry. It's not very good. But it's like, example. It is my fault for making the assumption everyone in my path crosses me with the knowledge that it is a terrible idea to piss me off. This is not always the case. There's a lot of typos in this one because I did it very fast. It was literally in my 2 weeks of dysphoria, but I've even cross-checked the data with post predictive cycle tracking and post pre-predictive cycle tracking, and it lines up. There was a couple I picked out that I was like, okay, I would read that out loud, but no, I can't remember what numbers they were that I would read, because they're really dark, and they are true stories, and I just like, I don't totally regret writing this, but like it's not my best work, and I'm glad that it was just like
the few copies that I made rather than something that was available to anyone at any time. Yeah, no. These are all like okay, I found them. Okay, I'm gonna read one right now, and then maybe one later or tomorrow. There's only like 3 that are really eligible, so we'll just go one at a time. And by damned, I will find the appropriate pendulum. I think a pendulum today would be good too. And maybe we'll do it with the cards. Yeah, we're gonna do some scrying. And a pendulum. So let's tell some spooky stories before we get into it. Disclaimer, this is really dark. Like I said, this whole book is totally inappropriate and I will not be reading it out loud. But there are a couple that I put in here that are like, okay, this is interesting, but at least it's like vague. So the idea of this was Night of the Giving Head. It's the layers of hell, the 9 circles. And each story is as bad as you'd expect it to be, which is why I don't want to read them out loud, but there's a few that are okay. But they're still dark. They're still not my best work. It's still, like, way worse than the other poetry book I read from. And it's funny because that one I published in 2013, and like I said, I wrote all of it between the ages of 16 and 21. Well, debatable. 16 and 20? No. 16 and 21. No. Doesn't matter. That age range. And this, I was older. It was 2015, so I would have been like 23. But I was drinking more because I was still working in bars and I was hanging out with people who prioritized drinking, and I was spending all of my money on shows and traveling mostly to escape my own problems, because the problem was PMDD and I had no idea what that was at the time, so there was like no discernible way to deal with the problem if I had no idea what the source was. But everybody wanted to label me as bipolar, and bipolar methods never really rang true to me because there were so many symptoms that were unexplainable, like the physical pain that I felt, and the routine nature of everything that I went through. So either way, this was like way early on, before I knew any of that. So times were dark. I was hitting a wall. I was like, I don't know. I guess this was some of my harder drug days because alcohol is probably the hardest drug that I've ever gotten into, to be perfectly honest with you. Other than like my late high school days. Well, no, my high school days were kind of sporadically riddled with pills, but there was no pill in particular that I got more addicted to than any other than a brief stint with Vicodin and then realizing that's a bad idea. So, alcohol has been some of the darker times in my life, and that's why I'm sensitive to it now, and that's why I try to integrate it into my life without being too into it or doing it too much or getting too drunk or whatever. It's a lot to preface, but this shit is a lot. It's a lot. Even the other book is pretty dark, but this is supposed to be hell. So, okay, number 6, layer 6, circle 6, hearsay, solitary confinement. Remember, a lot of this is just third person. This is the other night I read the poem. I wrote like a stanza per each chapter story, and I read them all together the other night, but I'll read this one.
Sit and observe, can't fathom what you see. Might ask yourself, this my freaky bee? A pat on the back and a cinch on the waist. Not if you were the last boy in outer space. Ouch. Okay. I was thinking about addressing this because of Gwen Stefani, and then I felt like it was irrelevant in a sense to address it in my own life. But then I also felt like that's a lie. I've made it relevant again, and how dare I say it would be irrelevant to mention it because of my own actions. So I guess this is a good segue. This was at a time where I was going by a different name. Illuminati Mystex is more recent branding, and it's very accumulating to many of the names I have gone by. After this era, it was just Mystex, and then I just stopped doing what I was doing and tried to do just tarot rather than like the mixed bag, all the baskets with the eggs in them stuff that I do. So it was like Mystex was the last name I used before I took a break and then came back. And when I came back, I was kind of trying to be more family friendly or accommodating to social standards and fitting in. I briefly just had Taurus Does Tarot. But then I realized that I did want to do all the other things that I do, and I wasn't going to restrict myself or base anything that I choose off of some kind of arbitrary societal standard that isn't actually real. And I rebranded to Illuminati Mystex just like months after I launched Taurus Does Tarot. So before that, it was the reason that I had a change and have taken so many breaks was because for a minute, it was from probably, I don't know if it started in 2012. It probably started in 2013. That was kind of what the book was messy. I get that. Gosh, I feel like this is irrelevant to anybody watching this, but on God and on Spirit and on Satan himself, I just feel like the truth can come out, and that's fine. I was cracking up at Gwen Stefani's interview because I did go by Yoshimi Brain. And, like, some people might put pieces together like, oh, shit, if they, like, doesn't matter. And so this is published as YF Brain. It stands for Yoshimi Freak Brain or whatever. And so it was shortened to Yo Freaky B. Because it's funny, and I was very much in my rap era, I guess. My hip-hop era. I guess I started kind of rapping or writing raps, kind of rapping in like 2011 or 12, but I was still into it in 2015, and then I once again took a break from everything, hence the rebranding, etc. But back on all my tips now, except this one, because there was a lot of reasons that I obviously changed my name, because one, I felt like I was just disrespectful, disgraceful, etc., whatever. Because it's like something you can't give someone permission for, but also can't not. How do I say that, right? Like, you can't say you can't do it, but you don't want to tell someone to do it, right? So I was doing that. Hi. We're just knee-deep in conversation, not doing tarot yet. The screen will change when the cards come out. But honestly, you've been pretty chill, and you're not a tarot seeker. I've just been telling anybody who comes on here. Appreciate you joining. But I realized it wasn't Japanese, right? Like, that was my issue with it. Was like, yes, on an artistic level, I probably should have never gone that route. Although Brain is sort of a long-standing nickname for me because I liked Pinky and the Brain as a child, and also my stoner nickname was Brian. But then, like, okay, so we have my stoner friend. Love iconic stoner movies. Smiley Face is our favorite, so she's Jane. And Half Baked is our other favorite, so I'm Brian. But then we wanted them to rhyme. So it was Jane and Brain. Because that's like almost how you spell Brian. That's funny. So it was a very easy to just like, I can do this, I can do that, blah, blah, blah. Very much into the mind, very much a head case, right? Very much mind gamer, if you will, Riddler type myself. So I did that. And it seemed right at the time. But then the conversation or topic of cultural appropriation was popping up a bit more in 2016, right? Like, it had not dawned on me that what I was doing was, like, inappropriate, even if it was unassociate. So I had to drop that. And so the reason, like I said, the reason I thought to bring this up recently is because of Gwen Stefani. And, like, we don't really need to discuss it. And, like, I do like a lot of her music, unfortunately. I really do. No Doubt was so cool, so iconic. And, like, her solo stuff was pretty much just as good, if not even better. Like, No Doubt, No Doubt, No Doubt. But she just gets caught up saying the dumbest shit. Like, there was this whole interview, she was talking about how her whole life she never wanted to be a rock star, and she just did it anyways. And it's like, how rude of you to take up the spotlight for 3 fucking decades when you literally turn around and say you didn't even like it that much. What the fuck? And then, years later, doing an interview, making yourself relevant again, for what reason? That's fine. But the other thing kind of made me about her in the first place. And then to come out, I didn't even read it, and I should read it. I'll pull it up right now so that I actually can reference what I'm talking about. But there was this whole issue of her being like, and I thought, oh my God, I'm Japanese, right? And so I was like, that's so funny, because I had the opposite reaction, where I was using a Japanese name. I was never even imitating Japanese culture. I never tried to dress or look or speak or act Japanese in any way, shape, or form. I just used the name. And even still, that was too much for me, because I was like, bro, it's a Japanese name. It shouldn't be, that's still cultural appropriation. Plus, it's like a real person, a real name. Like, even if it's this artistic, creative, whatever, blah, 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 inspired, don't care. It was stupid. And for Gwen Stefani to come back out and be like, no, I loved Harajuku so much I became Japanese. That's like if I said, I thought I was Yoshimi so much that I became Japanese. Like that. So I kind of thought that what I did wasn't so bad after all. Because Gwen Stefani made me feel better about my young self, because she's in her whole ass 50s at this point and still thinks that way, I guess. Not in too bad a shape at 30, I'll say, because holy shit, man. Holy shit, man. If I appropriated any culture, it would be black culture, not Japanese culture, even though I was going by Yoshimi, which has its own complications in itself, because a lot of Japanese culture does have influence in black culture. Or is that more in Chinese culture? I could be confusing it, which is pretty bad in and of itself, right? Kind of hear a resounding yes. I try to be honest, though. If we don't say these things out loud and we pretend like we never think them or question them or expect people to answer questions that we don't know they have, then we never get past these things, right? It's like if you can't just have a train of thought and be like, ooh, that wasn't really a great place to go, I should get off that train, right? Then how do you ever break cycles? How do you ever change the conversation? How do you ever get new mindsets or reprogram anything, right? Let's find it. Oh, she's a Libra. Of course she's a Libra. She's like, I have to look good at all times. Like, okay, cool. Nobody gives a shit. Okay, so was it actually from Allure? Because that's what comes up. I said, my God, I'm Japanese during our interview. 14 years after Harajuku Lovers. What she said stunned us. This is so funny. And the interviewer is actually Asian American, from what I understand, which is even more wild That would be like, I don't know, I gotta not compare myself or involve myself in her lesson, but it was it was good to see that I passed better than fucking Gwen Stefani, I guess. Damn, she is so pretty though. And I really did like her music. Do like her music, I don't know. People have done worse things, I guess, than be stupid, but what are you gonna do? Maybe learn something. This is really wild because, like, I do remember that era, but I was young. And, like, once again, cultural appropriation was not much of a conversation until much later than that because without the internet, we had no way of, like, really truly communicating with other people outside of our own communities without being observed, controlled, or having the conversation contrived, you know? Okay, so Love Angel Music Baby was such a good vibe too, and she just like ruined it with this cultural appropriation bit. It's so weird. I just got a craving for like vegetable soup. I don't know if somebody's eating vegetable soup right now, but if you are, I'm so jealous. I also have to run the ad soon. I'm reading this article. I'm almost there though. Okay, so create a community of makeup lovers like me. We have all different color skin and all have different things that we wear different colors for. What she felt she may have learned from Harajuku lovers. Praise, backlash, everything between. Her father had a job in Japan. So, on that note, let's take this ad break before we get auto rolled. And I will be right back with more on Gwen Stefani and then tarot. Promise. No, storytime tarot. Yes. back, but I'm back, but I didn't read the article at all because I was eating snacks instead. So back to Gwen Stefani real quick. Okay, so her father had a job in Yamaha, which had him traveling between their home in California and Japan for 18 years. So now here's the block quote. That was my Japanese influence, and that was a culture that was so rich with tradition, yet so futuristic, so much attention to art and detail and discipline, and it was fascinating to me, she said, explaining how her father, who is Italian American, would return with stories of street performers cosplaying as Elvis and stylish women with colorful hair. As an adult, she was able to go to Harajuku and she said, I said, my God, I'm Japanese, and didn't know it. As those words seemed to hang in the air between us, she continued, I am, you know. She then explained that there is innocence to her relationship with Japanese culture, referring to herself as a super fan. If people are going to criticize me for being a fan of something beautiful and sharing that, then I just think that doesn't feel right. I think it was a beautiful time of creativity, a time of the ping pong match between Harajuku culture and American culture. It should be okay to be inspired by other cultures because if we're not allowed, then that's dividing people, right? Well, Gwen. I don't know. Current perspective on Harajuku girls. If we didn't buy and sell and trade our cultures in, we wouldn't have so much beauty, you know. We learn from each other, we share from each other, we grow from each other. And all these rules are just dividing us more and more. Like Stefani, I am not Japanese, but I am an Asian woman living in America. So the interviewer is saying, sobering realities, fighting Asian American Pacific Islander hate, racial slurs, feared father's safety, grandparents attacked and killed for being Asian. Damn. I spent 32 minutes in conversation with Stefani, many of them devoted to her lengthy answer to my question about Harajuku lovers. In that time, she said more than once that she is Japanese. Allure's social media associate, who was Asian and Latina, was also present for the interview, and we were left questioning what we had heard. Maybe she misspoke again and again. During our interview, Stephanie asserted twice that she was Japanese, and once that she was a little bit of an Orange County girl, a little bit of a Japanese girl, a little bit of an English girl. She didn't mean it literally or didn't know what she was saying. A representative for Stefani reached out the next day, indicating that I had misunderstood what she was trying to convey. Wasn't trying to be malicious or hurtful. She does make that clear, like the interviewer. She identifies not with Japan's culture, but also with the Hispanic and Latina communities of Anaheim, where she grew up. The music, the way the girls wore their makeup, the clothes they wore, that was my identity. Even though I'm an Italian, American, Irish, or whatever mutt that I am, that's who I became because those were my people, right? Here's the difference between appreciation and appropriation. Simply put, cultural appropriation is the use of one's group customs, material, culture, or traditions by another group. That seems kind of vague. I don't know. A hit is a hit. The more people I reach, the better. Oh. Okay. When a group has been historically marginalized and or racialized by another group, the issue of power is central to cultural appropriation.
Dominant group has the power to take or appropriate the marginalized group's custom and practices and give these traditions meaning without the original context or significance. While I think lack of awareness is a valid reason, I don't think it's a valid excuse. Agreed. White person doesn't have to face the racism, prejudices, or discrimination that a Japanese, Mexican, or El Salvadorian person would have to face. This is all like a professor from a university who specializes in Asian American studies. Yeah, so that's like the craziest article I've ever read. It's pretty funny, and like I said, I'm feeling pretty good about myself that I didn't go out that way or go in that direction. Once again, it's just when you start to see their masks slip. Like, if that's not narcissism at its fucking finest, to be like, no, nothing I did was ever wrong. I was actually right. I was so right that I'm changing the way things work to convince you I'm right. Because if I admit I was wrong, then people would think I'm a bad person. Like, hello. A lot of celebrities are narcissists, and we let them be. They're so caught up with the way they're perceived, caught up with their reputations. They're just like would do anything to look good, and that's why her service team, after that article came out, her team of people had to reach out and make sure, that's not what she meant. You misinterpreted that wrong. Where, how, so, what? Just the need to look good at all times. It's, and people are like, don't judge, don't diagnose. You need to be able to understand that certain behaviors align with certain things, and people can exhibit symptoms of other things without actually diagnosing them. You can trace a pattern. You can see, because we had this conversation the other night, it doesn't have to necessarily be the individual is a narcissist, rather than the entire absurdity of the industry is set up by someone who was, right? The need to be perfect, the need to be airbrushed, edited, done up, fucking auto-tuned, whatever it is. It's all very much perceive me as the perfect person, right? And this like lack of accountability also kind of, once again, it's tad bit like gaslighting to just sit there and be like, no, I'm Japanese. And you're like trying to convince someone of something that isn't true, and then the people in the room are questioning if there's something that they're not understanding. Like, that's, once again, maybe how she was trained to be, maybe how she was taught to be, told to be, but that's, you gotta be able to like recognize these things, that this is what they want, is to be the center of attention, and to be liked, and to be popular, and to be perceived as good people. That's what they do. Showmanship, and I think it's narcissistic qualities are so obvious in abusive people or in interpersonal relationships, but we have to recognize that it's not somehow exempt from other industries, and once again, not just coming for celebrities either. It can be in anywhere, but we have to stop assuming that because people seem likable that they are likable, right? So pretty crazy. But that's why I try to keep it honest. That's why I sometimes do over-explain or bash myself a little bit. Not in the brain anymore, you know what I mean? But it's just one of those things where I am human. I have made mistakes. I'd like to rectify them more than I'd like to deny them. That's why I am where I'm at right now, and intend to work my way out of it by doing the work that it takes to rediscover who you are and your mistakes and correcting them. Decolonization of the mind is the best way to put it. And a lot of people are unwilling to decolonize because they can't even handle being called out for consuming media by people who are inherently terrible. And while it's not as simple as to say if someone is good or bad, I think we can all mutually agree that the one thing that is genuinely terrible is pedophilia, right? And still, that's not enough to get people to stop listening to certain music or stop,
Movies is a lot harder because so many people work on a set of a movie, but you know what I mean? Or giving them power, listening to their podcasts, liking their posts, following them, and saying I can separate the art from the artist, but like you're separating your morals from your consciousness. What the fuck? Gross. It's leaving you very susceptible to be overtaken by any type of energy or any type of fucking belief system. And that is how people like Jim Jones or Hitler like you. It was in that weakened state and in that vulnerability of wanting to associate or be close with something or ideals because you haven't really formed any opinions of your own by just allowing anything to slide. That's like on life. So I'm not here to radicalize anybody. It's not really like that, but things do need to change fast because I think part of what no one is addressing about inflation is that our resources are to an extent limited. And is it fair to limit these resources by increasing the price so that only certain people can buy them? Absolutely unfair to the core. Absolutely cruel, greedy, disgusting. But if no one is willing to readjust their lifestyle, like meat consumption or the way we travel, or how many fucking, to be honest, how many straw you use in a week, we have to realize that some of these sources are finite because sources like places to put our trash are finite. Because drinkable water seems to be almost quite finite. There are filtration systems, but Jesus Christ. Like, that's the reality of what's going on, is that things are getting a little out of control, and the only way to stop people is to make things unaffordable. Like, that's part of why this is happening, but that just gives access to rich, greedy people who don't give a fuck about anything and waste half the food they buy on purpose half the time for stupid TikToks and shit. Like, the fuck? Just for your kids to make a goddamn mess because you don't want to eat on plates, you fucking idiots. What are you doing? Just making the whole thing inedible for anyone else. Like, that's... I'm sorry, your little dump meals, it's the worst take I have ever seen. That's fine. I'm not a parent. Do your thing. But also, yeah, quit wasting food and saying, I don't eat leftovers. Or, all my produce dies in the fridge, and then you bitch about the price. Well, you wasted it. You drove up the demand. You wasted the supply. And now you're mad at the economic repercussions of that because we are on a planet that has already depleted so much of its resources and created resources that we didn't even know we depended on. Like your lithium batteries or worse things in cell phones. Well, come on. But y'all want tarot. Sorry. It's not at anyone personal. Nobody's even bothering me to do cards right now, so that's like not literal, but you get what I'm saying, yeah? You kind of get that vibe, you get that message, right? Bum bum ba-da-da. Bum bum ba-da-da. Bum bum ba-da-da. Bum bum ba-da-da. Bum bum bum. Yeah. Time after time, those fanatical minds tried to rule all the world. Bum bum ba-da-da. Telling us all it's them who's in charge of it all. Bum bum ba-da-dum. I got a trick down magic stick that will make them all fall. Bum bum ba-da-dum. We got the power now, motherfuckers. That's where it belongs. Bum bum ba-da-dum. Okay. Really just that first part. Okay. I was gonna read this. My preface was this fucking weird socio-political rant about the state of the world and our fucking environment in regards to the economy. That was pretty silly. Let's keep going. Let's just keep going with our night as planned. So back to the start. Sit and observe. can't fathom what you see. Might ask yourself, this my freaky bee? Now we get it. Now we get where that comes from. A pat on the back and a cinch on the waist. Not if you were the last boy in all outer space. Okay. This book. She is your leader. Just kidding. Oh, just kidding. Oh, just. No need to be sorry. She knows you don't like her. But do you know you love her? Because you love to hate her. She tries to ease people in as gently as possible, but once you get past the most outer layer of the vortex, you get sucked in quick. She may be a psychopathic psychonaut, but she do her best to keep people at the surface. It's better for them and easier than she. But there's something fascinating about a black hole. There is some kind of stardust in us that craves the inevitable destruction that results from a lack of light, which, she stumbles to explain, what would happen if there was an explosion of light in a black hole? She thinks about that all of the time, but there's too much shit going on here to give a damn about space. Yet. She is the beautiful disaster you are too entranced to turn away from. She is the light you see in the dark. She is the darkness you find in yourself, the darkness you feel from within. Ever since she was young, if she is not still, she craved madness. She wanted to witness chaos around her as to relieve the chaos in her head. She dreamed of danger. She longed to witness the cookies of the clean-cut facade to become nothing but rotting flesh. She wanted it all to crumble. Oh my God, that's intense. That is, of course, until it happened. Now there's no going back. She alone created and destroyed her kingdoms, queen of riddles and mind games. She had built up and beat down gods, the goddess of destruction. The sacrifice of blood hardly phases her anymore. That's a lie. It still phases me to this day. She sits on a throne made of bones and stares blankly into space and gets lost in her own universe. She feels blessed. She feels pain. She feels everything. She feels nothing. She can and will do anything she sees fit for the situation she's to end up in. There is no denying her of her true self. She strives for harmony, but causes discord. She can handle anything. She will seek, conquer, and destroy. She will end you. That is, of course, if she has to. She'd rather not. I was kind of a scary bitch. I'm not gonna lie. I was a very scary bitch. It was for a long time, not just like that time or year. PMDD can be really scary. I'm still kind of a scary bitch, I think. And I don't even think of myself that way because I'm so good at like curbing, controlling, and resisting the urge these days to a certain extent, though this past year was more intense than the past 3, you know? Thank you. You haven't seen the scary part, is the thing. So if you think it's like a little scary but good, then you can imagine that times like 105-ish would be terrifying, but like sad at the same time. Cool. That one was kind of interesting though. That's why I was like, there's a couple things I can read. Because they're vague. It was about myself. Thanks. I wish everybody felt that way. And it's mostly because I am I'm constantly reminded that I'm very divinely protected, and I do feel that way sometimes because I've been shown grace and so much care from people I know and strangers alike, and like many times I should have, could have, would have died if I were anyone else that night or whatever, you know what I mean? I feel that divinity over me and protecting me, but it's the control. I think that's so scary. That if you do see me get mad or pop off or fucking hit somebody, you're like, oh, fucking shit, I don't want that coming at me. And I get that. But it's even scarier that sometimes I can be so mad or pissed off and just go calm myself down. because not reacting to things makes your reactions to things that much more powerful or strong or important in a sense. Where, like, if I can not react, then you can imagine how much it takes for me to react. These days, I used to kind of be a hair trigger. Now, not so much. Now you have to know what you're doing to trigger me, and even then, it has to be really fucking good for you to pull it off. But yeah. This is funny because the rant I went on to explain, like, the era that this book was, the text is saying, like, basically what I'm saying out loud right now, and like I said, I did read it, but it didn't really sink in to the to the extent that I'm seeing it now, you know? But shit, I don't know, it's pretty quiet. I might just read another one if the first one was okay. Scary but good, right? So that'd be cool. And then maybe we'll get into the scrying and stuff. Well, thank you, Ding. This is Circle 8. Fraud. A chest full of pyrite. I love that title so much. Okay, the stanza is, all the while we still have no control of what bridges are built and which have a toll, living in blissful ignorance until we reach death, from the time we are born to our very last breath. Oh, well, thanks, guys. If we were ever gonna change a damn thing about the way shit is, it would be right the fuck now. We have a representative. We have the power. The vote doesn't matter. The reaction to the final decision is ultimately what does. Is it a loss or is it a change of plans? We gotta win the game before we try to move on. Or ignorant, maybe become the resistance. Who knows what is about to happen? Anyone? Anyone? Of course, this was also at a time where I had, like, untapped psychic powers. Like, I had gotten tarot decks prior and done a few readings, but put it down. I did it casually for my friends, but I wasn't really, like, doing it, and didn't attribute it to myself and attribute most of it to the cards, you know? I was uneducated in the field. I've seen it in my sleep, but you don't have to believe me. But haven't we all? This is the most important part of our journey, for that was all it ever was. Who is in charge of my life again? Who is front and then back? Who is to say it is yours and not mine, and I don't really care? But I've got the time, so this rhyme busted these chimes as I sit in the breeze and feel hubby roll by. Hi guys, nice surprise. We miss you. So I figured I'd try while we're still ahead to catch up with the up top that makes 2% before we don't have a choice or a way we can get it. When push comes to shove, or when push comes, do you shove? Or are you going to call it quits? We are here in this now for a reason, as it all dies is the perfect season to plant every last seed in our pocket. I'm telling you, this bitch needs more than a locket. If this was the box, it's already been open. It just so happens that I pulled the pin, so here goes nothing. For the normalcy was lost, and I can never get it back at any cost. Now I pray for a brighter day because we've been doing down too long. But praying gets me nowhere, so I just wrote you a song. Fuck with me, you know. But don't get in my bed because I cannot promise you won't wind up dead. What I can promise is nothing but a smile, sinning through capitalism. I think I'll stay a while. Doesn't matter either way because everything exists. Some of us are broken toys, but this band of misfits has more capability than they might only imagine. To left, just right. Shit's tight. It might work. I don't know what other option I have than to strive for a change when the way things are just don't sit well with me. Don't sit well with me. Even if I do nothing, I have to at least try. If that means getting on their level, so be it. I'll never forget who I am and where I'm coming from. Satan's wife, straight from Hades. So this picture of me imitating gorgeous, like, Renaissance figures. Yeah. those are the only two appropriate stories, and they were pretty intense and very much like, what the fuck did you just say, and what the fuck are you talking about? And I get that, totally get that. That's why the end says, so about that. So about that. So about that. I always loved this picture of me. This is when I was first getting into modeling. It's like a webcam photo, but I was never really that into pictures of myself. Slipped and hit my chin so hard it knocked some sense into my mouth. That's a good one. That's why it's like, so I'm glad I have a copy of this, but I'm also glad that no one else does. I mean, 13 people. One absolutely still has it. The other 12, I don't even remember who I gave them to, if they kept them, or if they exist anywhere in the world, to be honest with you. That's, yeah. So this is just like the closer. It's not a layer. Slipped and hit my chin so hard and knocked some sense into my mouth. I hardly ever talk. Oh, yes, you do, so please don't be telling us you're going to talk more. You can't say enough crude and offensive shit as is. Have you looked in a mirror lately? You probably should be medicated. Fine, fair, but listen. I talk a lot about nothing. I got plenty to say, mostly I'm chicken shit or got the right kind of psycho-schizory that makes me want to stay silent when I got an idea. I get so much in my head, I crumble under the reflection of my own thoughts. What is the difference between delusion and fate anyway? What if they just want me to think I'm paranoid? Even if conveying my message gets lost among stars, I want to at least have the thought. I want to light Stalker Texas Ranger on fire after putting 6 knitting needles through him, but want to keep my job more, so instead I pick up my phone and raise hell. Why not? At least I won't have to mop blood tonight. So if you bear with me here, I will take you there. Stomach this, and we will eat that. Got work to do, and I got a plan to do it. I don't want to step on toes or eggshells or glass through a minefield, but seriously, you guys, I've been doing this thing, and I think now is the time to see it through. I'm more nervous than I am insane, but I ask you to try and love me anyway. Hi, this is me. This is my everything. I've restricted it to Halloween, but here's a little more than a costume. I can't say a traumatically fictionalized character is who I am, but there are definitely days I feel that. And there are days I want to die. It's never on the same day. I now know that's PMDD in different parts of my cycle, like the premenstrual dysphoria versus actual menses versus the post-menses anxiety versus ovulation versus the come down versus cycle. So getting to read this and looking back and being like, damn, like literally would have solved 99 of my problems, and the bitch is the other one. That's not a big deal. I can handle the bitch if I just would have been able to handle the PMDD, right? Like that's just a shame. I don't know how it was so strikingly obvious, and yet not one single person ever diagnosed. It's, hey, none of my business, right? Just my life they ruined. It's okay. Anyway, this is me. This is my everything. Restricted to Halloween. While there is no truth to correlation, I feel the lack of purpose in life makes me want to give up. I've been like this since day one. Ask my mama. The distance I've gone and the strength I've built from the journey encourages the absurd notion that I am on some kind of mission improbable. Yeah. Now it's all coming full circle to be equally as ridiculous, and nobody likes me to this day. And yeah. We get it. Okay? Say nothing, do nothing. Nobody cares. I hate to speak of the extensive schemes I have created in my own head. It all seems so obvious that I feel like an ass for pointing it out. Alternatively, I am an ass for assuming what I should believe can be assumed common knowledge. I am caught in a goddamned black widow's web, or perhaps the spider is me. I do have an obsession with them. My silk is made of mayhem and dollar signs. I know I can catch flies, but I want to catch beetles. Ironic, because at the time I did not like the Beatles, and I did not talk to John Lennon that I knew of. Trauma must start the day we are born, but my poor head and human vessel have been thrashed about ever since. I continue to learn. I will always grow. I may never be right again, but was I ever? Is it so wrong? Self-actualization is the key. Admittance is the first step, and I can come back from anything, I swear. We've been through the gates of hell and around the block, only to get back out. I ran down Dead Man's Hill and walked up to the top. It's crazy to think how far I've come since then, but I can't say that about everyone. And I also can't say I blame them, or her really. It's always been about her. This is where it gets a little weird, 'cause it's like I hope this is third person, but I doubt it. I've been, as shocking as this may sound, mostly sober over the last few years. I most often stayed lightly self-medicated just to avoid losing my head to the stars or the spirits. I am powerful mind and my body may ache, but I will always overcome. May have taken a beating from life, but I've never gotten a beating halfway to hell. That's soon to change in the next 4 years, but she didn't know. I was born a working man. No paid vacations, no salary, no future, no stability. So what have I got to lose? Dignity, respect, $7 an hour? My dumbass promised to be the one to take care of it. I know what you think. I know what they say. Pointless, impossible, you idiot. You're wasting your time. Move on. It's up to her to change your life, not you. Maybe you're right. But I can't believe that I'm wrong until I go for it. We are caught in a devastation that is emotionally and financially insecure. I want to pack up and leave, and I could too. I've got enough. I got the drive and the whip. Shit, what am I waiting for? Why do I even continuously live in the cycle I so deeply despise? Why do I put myself through this kind of mental suffering for something seemingly impossible? I did leave a few months after this, but I went back. It also seems impossible that something so horrific, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to read this part. No, I'm not going to pack up and leave. I'm not going to run from this life it began so long ago. I'm not going to abandon her or the souls we carry with us. I will not give up. We can still win. How? Not totally sure, but I have an abstract idea, and now I'm a necromancer, and that's pretty much how the story ends. Follow me into the abysmal galaxy you can find in the gaping holes on my face. Wow, she really is nuts. And this isn't even a fraction of my truth, for we haven't touched the blueprints for the seance in gravity's name. Final thesis. No is never the answer. Hypothesis. Is there a point in changing the world when you can just buy it? LOL. Happy Halloween. Peace, bitch. That's it. We're not reading any more of this book ever again, pretty much. And those were okay at best. Kind of silly. So, yeah. How we doing? How we doing? Party up in here. I don't know. It's definitely like not party vibes, but that's okay. It's my own fault. I fucking love coffee. The muddier, the better. I swear to God. I love eating coffee grounds, like once they've been used. Probably have some on my next commercial break because I'm thinking about it. Just such a delightful texture, you know? Yeah, there we go. Hey. I think I got like 5 minutes before I have to roll an ad. So I think I had like 43 minutes. And I think it was at the hour and a half mark that I last rolled one. So, okay, I think that I believe in magic in my young girl heart. And the music can free me whenever it starts, and it's magic because music is groovy. It makes us feel happy like old time movies. I could change some of the words, but I don't even know the next song. I could tell you about the magic that could free your soul, but it's trying to tell a Christian about rock and roll and it's magic. So I think when I come back from this commercial break, I'm going to see if we can get some magic going. I'm going to use this pendulum. I'm going to try some scrying, which once again, I only ever do this for myself personally. Never really considered it could be something I could do for anybody. Not really sure what will happen or what will come up. So we'll see how that goes. I think that's it for now. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. What do we say? I'll see you in a bit. 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 Okay. I was kind of waiting. I was trying to like math it out, and and then trying to be like 2 more minutes before I roll the ad, which is really silly. purpose to it. Oh. My Moonlight was charging while I was streaming yesterday, and then like overnight I left it on. And it's still lit. It still has not gone out. It's flickering now, so I think it's like not supercharged at this point, but it's been like over 12 hours since I took it off the charger. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. But yeah, alright. I'm gonna roll the ads. I'm gonna eat some coffee. I'm gonna get something else. There was a reason I was gonna take this ad break besides eating coffee grounds, besides pre rolled ads, besides. Nobody remembers what I was gonna get or what I was gonna do. Can't remember. Okay. Wish me luck out there. I'll be right back in just a few minutes. Sorry, y'all. I was muted. I was just saying that I am back. And I don't know if I was supposed to get anything. But I grabbed my. Yeah, that was my fault. I grabbed my pendulum necklace. I'm repeating myself now. It's witching hour somewhere. I can't remember what else I said. Um, everything's good. Everything's gravy. So that's cool. That's cool. What else is up? We're gonna get into the spiritual stuff in a second here. No worries, just happy. Got into something. What's going on? I've just been thinking. I've just been wondering. I've just been chilling. I've just been minding my own goddamn business. How does that sound to anybody, huh? I mean, trying to anyway. Sometimes people drag me in because it seems like people make their lives difficult or complicate their problems. And me being a solution oriented problem solver, I'm like, oh, well, if you just did this, and this, handle it directly, use your communication skills, talk about the way you're feeling, address some of your childhood wounds, and actually take care of yourself in the way of physical and emotional needs, then there really wouldn't be a problem. But no drama, no theater, no attention. It's like a whole thing for some people. So that's them. That's them. Now, also, I was thinking that I'm going to try to run like a minute long ad as soon as I can because last time I ran ads back to back, I had an hour in between pre roll ads, and right now I only have 30 minutes. But it's too soon after my last ad to roll it yet. So I'm gonna get into the tarot after that to see how long we can get because I'm starting something new tonight, and that's gonna be scrying on the channel and scrying messages for other people in general. Like I said, I scry a lot in my own mirrors to my own self for my own life to deliver messages to mostly the dead, even though I talk to them. And there's a certain sort of like sigil that I do when I am communicating, when I'm scribing, when I'm scrying. That difference, of course, being like scribing is writing, and scrying is seeing. And so I use mirrors for scrying. Some people use crystal balls or water or whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna do a combination of both. So we're warming that up. I'm gonna roll the ads, see if we can get a little extra time in between ads, and I'll be back in 60 seconds to start our magic for the evening. the minute-long ads feel so quick compared to the 3-minute-long ads. I'm just sitting here ripping my bong. What up? Boom, we're in tarot mode. Everybody can come back now. Get in your Kim messages. Okay, so I am going to use this for my pendulum. I've done it before. It seemed to be fine results. I think just knowing it's a necklace that I wear makes me question if I should be using it as a pendulum, but it is shaped like one, and I think I probably need to tie something to the end of it will help. Tarot-ish. I'm not really doing tarot necessarily. First, I'm going to do some scrying, do some messages for scrying, and then I'm going to pull out the mystery deck, and I'm going to incorporate a few cards with the pendulum, which I'll explain when we get there. And then I'll probably do a mystery 2222222. And then I'll do a mystery deck reading, but it's not really tarot necessarily. It's more channel messages. So, we're doing magic, basically. We're doing messages, but tarot, no. I wish there was more. How do we petition for like more categories on Twitch? Who makes them? Can I make one myself? May we start a whole metaphysical channel rather than restricting ourselves to tarot? Because someone got very mad at me the other night because I was discussing politics on the tarot channel, and I'm like, I'm a tarot reader, so I choose the tarot channel, but I don't know where else to put myself because just chatting seems to be a very different kind of chatting than what I'm doing. No harm, no foul. I've been thinking about going back to the just chatting category, and dressing the way that many of the ladies do on the just chatting category because they look good and it's fun, and I do just chat a lot, so we'll see if that happens, if that pans out. Pretty cute stuff, but we'll see. We'll see what happens, okay? So, let's get started. I think what I'll do is pull out some cards first and then do the scrying and the pendulum. That just kind of makes more sense than doing the cards in the midst of it. I feel like the cards are going to be the basis of our confirmation answers, and we can decide either collectively or just intuitively like what they will mean. Okay, so right now, y'all, grab yourselves like pen and paper. I guess you can use your phone notes or something, or type it if you absolutely need to, but whenever you're doing stuff like magic, pen and ink is like one of the best tools in writing to me. So like I would grab pen and paper. If you've got a pencil, it's fine. There's something a lot less permanent about that, but get yourself a piece of paper and a pen, preferably black because that's of the self and protective, but any color is fine. Okay, cool. Good to know. I'll look into putting in a word with ye old Twitch. I know I want to, well, I guess I do have some myself. I'm also going to get pen and paper ready in case there needs to be anything written down. Maybe I'll do some scribing tonight too. It's just one of those nights, right? Sorry, I got really caught up in looking at this notebook. So I bought a 3-pack of these notebooks. They're not that big. And I've been using two of them. One, I'll write a lot when I write in it, but I don't write it often. We'll explain every step when we take it. But this one I didn't think I was writing that much either, and I am halfway full. So I was seeing how many pages I left empty or blank or left a lot of open space, and not many. So proud of myself for that one. This is a nice ass pen, and I might end up scribbling, so we're gonna go with a less nice pen. And I'm gonna have to mark that the date here. Okay. Incoming. It's so funny. So, like we saw earlier, the last thing I wrote in that other journal was something after, but like the last page was showing love for Leonard Cohen, and the last thing I wrote in this was the other day during the stream. I think it says 109, and it's already like the 17th, 16th, 17th. So the 9th was the Leonard Cohen conversation that long ago? That's like, was that my last stream? Was way more recent than that. So did I literally write that down that night? Yeah, I think because this page is so empty, I actually was writing a bunch of different shit on here. So I'm gonna say 109/17. Okay, so yeah, that was that night. I just didn't mark the date. And who shall I say is calling? So y'all got your pens and papers. I'm gonna roll 60 seconds because I'm gonna turn some lights off because I like it to be darker. When I do this kind of thing, I'm gonna light some incense. I forgot that was one of the things I was gonna do in the last break. And then we might get an uninterrupted hour because we're already at 48 minutes. So if I roll another ad, it'll probably give us another 20 minutes, but I'm not positive, so we're about to find out. Pens and papers, bathroom, go, quick, now. Okay, like I said, turned some lights off, lit some incense. What y'all doing? Okay, we're feeling ready? I know, it's taken 2.5 hours. I think everybody's fucking ready, right? But we have a full hour, a full interrupted hour of all kinds of channeling right now. Like, that's the goal, right? Yay! Okay, cool. So, once again, this card that was left out the other night when I tried to do a mystery deck reading and I couldn't because you do have to lead in more gently with these and I need to work my way up to them, which is why tonight we're trying a few different things because none of the tarot decks are calling to me, but I'm called to do these readings, right? But like how, that's what we're discovering together right now. So, I'm not trying to radicalize anybody. Yeah, that's me, bro. Alright, so the youth, I just put it in the deck, was the card that was left out. And I think that card to me kind of represents the idea of youth to be in perspective of like how old things are. It's not about being young in human years. It's not about your youth or lost youth or calling you young as to say immature, undeveloped, or early in life or having a long way to go. I see that youth as in knowing your whole lifespan as a human being is young in comparison to literally everything else that exists other than animals with even shorter lifespans than us, right? We practically live forever compared to the fly who lives for 24 hours. But compared to the trees, compared to the mountains, compared to the sea, compared to things in the ocean that we have no idea exist, maybe, compared to the stars, compared to like the mushrooms that grow beneath the earth, the things that we don't even know exist, tortoises, everything, right? But you shouldn't. I feel like I've always felt pretty young and was always very flattered when people thought I was older than I really was because I have such a youthful spirit and I've always had such a youthful spirit. But there is, there's always been a lot of wisdom behind that. And treating yourself like you're young and doing things that you loved when you were young is going to serve you well during this time of feeling like you're old and out of time and blah, 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 blah. I also recall you're around the age 25, 26, unless I'm confusing you with somebody else. And in that case, I would say that a quarter life crisis is very common. It's like the precursor to that's like the halfway point to the midlife crisis, right? And I don't think anybody ever really mentions it. Yeah, nobody mentions it. And also the 27 Club. You think about how some of these artists were already so successful and famous and rich and dead by the time they were 27. So for you to be feeling unaccomplished or like you've wasted time at 27 is really not necessarily disheartening because they lost their lives, but it's like eye-opening to realize how young they were. Because you're like, damn, they did a lot on this earth. That's how I felt 27. I was like, I've got to make something for myself or die. Yeah, and I did always think of them as so much older than me, or that 27 would be so far away from 18. You know what I mean? And life still feels long. It still is a long journey from 18 to 21. 18 to 21 to 27. And all these cards came out, but then I remembered I was only trying to get a few, and I have quite a few on the table. So, I have an idea of what we'll do. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be cool. This is gonna be cool. You can go your own way, go your own way.
You can call it thunder on lonely days. I don't know if that's even the right words. Didn't Christine McVie, was that who just passed away? Maybe she wants to come out Thursday. That'd be cool. I have like the most insane lineup for Thursday forming already. Okay, so Union. Yeah, okay. There is a lot going on in the world, but it seems romantic relationships should be at the bottom of the totem pole, and yet something about human love is what keeps us in existence, and therefore it's always going to have its place of importance, okay? So, it's so funny. I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk about this. If you look up close, you can see how much makeup this, or how, like, obvious it is that this is makeup. But I was looking at myself from this angle, and if I contour even a little bit, I look like I'm on drugs, bro. I have a naturally contoured face because I have very obvious cheekbones, and I do have like more narrow cheeks, and I have the defined jaw. So when I add the little bit of contour, I look like fucking Skeletor right now. Holy shit, I look like I lost weight. I had never noticed. It must be because of the lighting that I'm using. But holy shit, bro, I don't need to look like that. It's fun. And I feel like when I look in the mirror face on, it's like, oh, cool. And it's like 2 layers of makeup. It's like dark lines in certain spots on my face. And then the light stuff that is my skin color. And then the colorful shit. So it's striking for me to notice it right now. Where it's like, yeah, holy shit, if I contour my face, I just lose I have no more face left. Fuck. Just noticed that. Okay, so there's a lot going on in the world. And yet love. There's nothing that you can do that can't be done. Nothing you can say that can't be sung. It's easy. All you need is love. I don't even think that's true, but that's okay. I kind of get it. Union was at the bottom of the deck. And this is the Twin Flame deck. So it's like, of course, that is very much going to be a thing. Seeing Union and knowing that this year is a year for Twin Flame unions. But that's 2022 is supposed to be that year, I thought. That's what it was coming up in the readings, that this was a big year for Twin Flame reunions, unless they meant the upcoming year of 2023, but I feel like I doubt that. I think some people maybe reunited with their souls, their twins, too soon in 2022, and like it's maybe because we're in this transition period of we're in the calendar year of 2023. But then we are also not done with the 2022 zodiac cycle. So I feel like in this space of both of these times existing and crossing over is the time when some of these like twin flame connections are going to come to fruition and will connect, is in these next few or last few months. There's like something about that. I just thought about something. I'm not gonna look into it right now, but yeah, so the union is coming. It's been, the thing is, I've been seeing the Four of Wands come up in the pink deck, which is like the love readings, and it's very much depicted as some kind of union or celebration. So it's been on the horizon, this supposed union. But in these past 2 mystery deck readings, we've gotten the actual union card. And what's interesting is that it's very similar to the self card. To where the first time I saw it come up in the reading the other night, I thought it was the self and almost said the self and then realized it was union. So it's almost as though to say that when we've completed the journey by ourselves, when we completed the work, gone through the dark night of the soul, done the things we needed to do, and take care of the things we needed to take care of, for the self, by the self, and nothing but the self,
It's then when you can come into union with the other person, and that's great. That's what's happening. You're supposed to take these last 10 months to kind of tie off loose ends or clean up, and then you get to come into union with the person who also did that. And if the other person didn't do that, that's why you're not coming into union. It's not supposed to be a secret or an accident necessarily. I think a lot of twin flame connections do start or create situations that are very happenstance, where you run into each other or you see each other or you met in a very weird, non-particular way. You know, no forced connections, no setups, nothing like that. That's not how the connections work, right? Hear me out. There's like a whole back text to that. Thank you, Space Bat, for the follow. Love the name. So, context for what you're saying, because in a sense I agree. Why would we need these other people who weren't there for us? But it's either one, soulmates are there to help us, and two, karmics are there to show us just how much we need ourselves. And then twin flames are supposed to be there to kind of reward us once we're done with that work. Like, that's kind of it, you know? Where it's like, yeah, you don't need those people. Why did you? Karmic lesson, had to learn the lesson. Or some people are really honestly here to help us. And I would never be one of those people, or like, I strive to avoid becoming a person who can sit there and say I did it all myself, because it's absolutely a fucking lie, and I think absolutely nobody does everything themselves. Like, no one's success can be attributed to their own one specific person. Usually you're the last thing that's holding you back and the first thing that's pushing you forward, but there's so many interactions on a daily basis that help us exist and help us shape who we are and help inspire us to make the things we make, that there's really no honest way for a person to say, I did it myself, because it's a lie. Like, there's nothing we do entirely alone, like on any level, really. Even if you pray to God, you've involved someone else, right? So, hi. That's karma. That's their karma, is seeing, shit, I fucked up, and now they're awesome, and hope they take me back, and it's your position to turn them down and for them to suffer for it. Listen, that sounds like accusations, pointing fingers, what the fuck ever, but like, realistically, that's how you discern a lot of the time between a soulmate and a karmic relationship, is like, soulmates will be there when you're feeling down. They will. They'll be there. They'll talk to you through your depression. They'll forgive you for silences. Like, okay, a few questions about that. Karmics are the ones who will dip out, disappear, tell you off, try to apologize, not change their behavior, come back. Fair weather friends, karmics, right? People who just want to know what you're up to, karmics. Like, you know, who don't care about you but just want the gossip, like, karmic. It was very hurtful to me this year to realize that some people really do just want to know what you think, want to know what you're up to, and don't genuinely actually like you. That was a very hard lesson for me to learn. And it wasn't until like this past year, or like during the downtime of COVID, that people were bored enough to seek out other connections and want to talk on the phone. And the thing is, I'm very good at maintaining my work in every aspect. I'm really good at maintaining relationships, long distance or up close. I'm maintaining, and I mean maintaining on any level that people choose. And I'm very open and very flexible to these things, right, as a person. I love that. They care about the juice rather than the fruit. Fucking men, rather than the tree. Because you can eat the fruit if I give it to you, but you're trying to wring the juice behind my back. When I'm the tree, I can grow more fruit and you can get all the juice you want. You're an idiot. Instead, you're trying to cut me down. Use me for wood. As if you ain't got enough of that in your pants from looking at it. Okay. So, going back to your analogy, I didn't quite understand what a persona game is. And then, so working on your social stats would be like essentially the same as charisma or like intelligence and shit like that if you were playing a role playing game. Thanks, Phil, for the follow. Take a shower if you're feeling greasy. April 29th. Nice. Love that. Time sensitive system. I'm guessing that's like timed gameplay. No, Phil. Please be quiet. I'm sorry I didn't tell you fast enough how it works, but like never ask me that on this channel. You should have definitely read my chat rules before you said anything, and you should definitely just know I never do personal readings unless you book one on my website for money. So, we're doing some general stuff, and we're going to be playing with the pendulum and scrying some messages so you can get some pen and paper and join us and get your own answers to your own questions, but I refuse to be burdened with anybody's bullshit. Thanks so much. Hope I didn't sound like a bitch. Okay. So anyways, we were talking about so many different things, and then I scrolled up in the chat. Something I saw, I may have brought this up, but around New Year's, I saw like a tweet in the form of a meme that said, I don't have anyone to cut off because I don't hang out with people I don't like. And I was thinking about how, like, I don't either. But then, like, because I'm open to people and open to giving people a chance or trust people with what they say or assume they have good intentions for me, that there are times I have to cut people off, not because I dislike them, not because there's some kind of malice or hatred or because they're my frenemy, but of course because I'm theirs. Because, like we just said, some people are there just to discuss you, some people are there for information, some people are there for the tea, the juice, and none of the fruit or care for the tree, right? They're not the same ones that are going to come prune you that want to come pick your leaves, right? So sometimes you got to just realize that you're filling up cups that are always going to be empty and that will never care if you're empty. And even if they someday do fill their cup, they're going to pretend like they filled it themselves, and they're going to pretend like they don't owe you shit because they didn't ask you to fill their cup up, did they? So it's not always as simple as disliking someone, and it's not as simple as not being friends anymore. And whoa, what? I feel like a lot of people during the quarantine era, like I said, showed their true colors. They were bored. They wanted to know what was going on in other people's lives. And, yup, I feel you. Watching other people go through that is tough. I've gotten that too. I've definitely been there. That's like the whole point of being partners is helping each other. Yeah. That seems very much narcissistic. Once again, you don't have to be a full-blown, like, antisocial personality disorder diagnosed narcissist to have narcissistic tendencies, qualities, symptoms, or personality traits, right? So I think a lot of people have that mentality of pick yourself up by the bootstraps without realizing that statement in itself was an ironic, satirical post in a newspaper. And some people took it literally, and now the basis of our culture is the belief that the self is more important than anything else. Yeah, so having to cut people off isn't always about not liking them. It's just about doing what's best for you. So I think, yeah, a lot of people really showed their ass during COVID, and people who put their own desire and wants before other people's safety and needs are selfish. Period. Period. Being sick of being stuck in the house. Well, I'm an extrovert and blah blah. Go outside and talk to the damn trees. Look in the mirror and talk to your fucking self. Go outside, look at the sky, and scream at God. You do not have to go into public during a 2-week. Everyone complained, oh, they said 2 weeks, they said that's because none of y'all stayed the fuck inside. That's why so many other countries got that shit under control. But the U.S. didn't, because none of y'all listened, because you're so deeply ingrained into these narcissistic tendencies that tend to rule and dictate everything we do in society amongst every industry we do it in, and apply it to yourselves. And then you wonder why 2 years later, 3 years later, people still aren't over it and still wearing masks and still don't fucking trust you. Because you could not sit still and listen for 2 weeks without complaining, throwing parties, sneaking out, trying to overthrow your government, and then you drop it as soon as you can go back outside, as if there aren't plenty of reasons to overthrow a government. Like, that wasn't one of them. That wasn't one of them. That was you simply not listening and ruining it for the whole class. They just wanted numbers to go down 2 weeks. And it's like science, it's like a quarantine, you know, and it was, of course, people still had to show up for their jobs and there was going to be contagion. But like, that was the whole thing, is they just needed that barrier to like reduce it. I'm sorry, it is slow clap moment. You have to understand, like, I'm not someone who just assumes that every person should have every single vaccine. But I also understand that there have been times throughout history where vaccines were mandated, and it's not just now. And so for people to take it as a personal attack is very immature and quite childish, even if it should be up for debate, right? I also feel like it was such a like the virus itself was very real. I like also think it was probably a man-made virus. Like, come on, like, we're not that dumb, right? We're like past the point of calling this stuff conspiracy, right? Like, there's enough evidence throughout history, through documents, through leaks, through whistleblowers, through evidence, through everything, that like they do this shit, right? That, listen, just a little rock, you know, just to the head, or up for everyone, you know. Thank you. It's funny how I pulled out the mystery deck and we see the shift in conversation go to criticizing human societies and the way they're built and the way we think. I know, that's why I said a little one to the head or a big one for everyone. Yep. Gotta love it. The aliens are like, we'll send one if y'all are serious. I've had some of the most beautiful visions this year, like this past 2022, and I think it's cute that I kind of always had the same visions, and I still have the same visions even when I disregard them, ignore them, you know, decipher them, decode them, move on from them, like process them, emulsify them, change my whole life to accommodate to leaving them, and they come back. I have a date. I love that. I love you. I love this whole channel. But yeah, the aliens, they get chete, and I think it's best to not even acknowledge when or what I'm channeling sometimes, but they like literally just kind of inspire me to have certain conversations and do let me take the wheel, because they do want it to be human sources. You can kind of tell when I start to talk a little bit funny because I can feel them like my tongue, you know. Happens with a lot of channeling, but especially with the aliens, because they do, it's almost like the language gets translated in my mouth. No other way to explain it. I love that idea too. Dude, you're very cool. You fit in really well. What's your sun sign? What's your pronouns? Because I'd be missing all the time, and I gotta just start asking people up front, I think, because I just make assumptions in the worst ways possible, or just like read energy, or sometimes I assume people Okay, well, when's your birthday? What's the time? Well, it's gonna be close to midnight. It was like a birth time joke. I don't need your information. I'm not gonna look it up. You can, but we don't have the time. Let us know so we can know your sun sign. That's how I get to know people and relate to them on a level. That's cool. Are you a dragon? Is that like a Chinese zodiac thing, or like what do you mean by that? When is your birthday? That's all I was asking. Are you saying your birthday was yesterday? Happy birthday? You're a Capricorn? Is that what we're talking about? I'm so confused. That's cool. Okay, December. So Sag or Capricorn? Probably a Sag, right? No, Capricorns are getting along with just as, yeah. That's the thing. Cool. I love Geminis. I love Sages. I don't always love Pisces, but I do love mutable signs. So I can understand that I do get along with some Pisces. And like honestly, all my viewers that are Pisces are really cool. I've never had a problematic Pisces on here, but in my real life, I've had the most problematic people in my life be Pisces. So that's, like where we're at with that. But I like the mutable signs so much. So love that. And you're all mutable. Pisces, Sag, Gemini, like that's my crew every time, like all the time. And at any given moment in my life, there's always going to be a Gemini, a Sag, a Pisces, and a Virgo not at my fingertips or at arm's reach, but new friendship unlocked. I'm a Taurus, by the way. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Are you joking? This is a crazy moment. That's so funny, bro. Okay. Moon and Virgo is a rough placement from my experience. I actually know someone Gemini Sun and Virgo Moon, not a fan. So that's interesting. Aries Ascendant, though, probably very hot. Aries got voted like the hottest sign or sexiest sign or something. That's so funny. Okay. Yeah, because I feel like Geminis are very humanitarian and selfless a lot of times, and like Virgos tend to be more self-centered and selfish a lot of the time, so it's a very conflicting energy to have the Gemini Virgo. And if it's out of balance, then you just are giving too much, and then you're like, fuck this, and then taking too much, and like, oh no, and then giving to, and whatever. No, it's okay. I just like knowing like basic stuff about people. Like Space Bat is a dude. Not dude, because I'm a dude. He's a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes. Was Kel a non-binary coded character? Because in an era of a lot of trans-coded work, from Mulan to The Matrix, then we have Good Burger, and his song said, I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, we're all dudes. And that sounds like a third gender option to me. I'm just saying he also is very like weird, different, like slightly special, like to other people when you watch Good Burger, where it's like, is Cal non-binary? Is that like what that is? It's like the acceptance of the non-binary person in the workplace, and like the special sauce is like everyone's gay, but that's why Mondo is like the token queers, because they're like, what is this sauce of non-binary gender fluidity? Like that's what I'm saying though. Dude is a gender neutral term because of Kel from Good Burger. It's Kenan Thompson and Kel, not Kel Smith. That doesn't sound right. I can't remember Kel's last name in real life, but Kel's character in Good Burger made dude a gender neutral term in the mainstream. I'm sure people were already using it that way, and that's why it became popular at that time, is because everybody was already saying dude. But then, like, again, just sort of a non-binary character. Like, oblivious to the throes of a woman, gender neutral hair, like just the basic dreads at the that length, the length my hair is, a queer, sort of non-binary, mostly gender fluid type person. I'm just saying. I think Cal is coded to be non-binary, and I didn't even think about it until the last commercial break when we were saying dudes. So, anyways, Sag Man in the room. Welcome, Space Bat. Let's get on with whatever the fuck we were talking about. We were talking about people being like totally too into themselves. Union, Twin Flame stuff, the Maiden, which is basically like the High Priestess, but it's also like a journey, follow the White Rabbit, speaking of the Matrix and other gay shit. And then we have ninth position Air, which is like very much the knowledge seeker and the information third eye, whatever. What are you talking about? What are full moon glasses? That sounds like something I'd be into. Oh no, these aren't even my rounds. These are like oval. I have way more round glasses than that. I have my kaleidoscope eyes, which are like the thick plastic frames that are like die cut, and then I have my pink completely round metal ones with like geared gems on the sides, but I only have 2 pairs of blue light blocking glasses, so I switch between them for the streams, but all my other glasses are way cooler than my light blocking glasses. I have these in my 60s pairs, like they're like sort of almost diamond shaped, square diamond kind of rhombus shaped with the low arms. They're cool. Everyone else who watches my stream all the time knows what the fuck I'm talking about. But you'll see some of the other ones once in a while. I wear them when I know I'm not going to be looking at the screen too much. But yeah, I try to wear the blockers. So no, it's whatever. There's a delay in the chat, so that's why I try to be pretty whatever about things. There's also like the whole matter of getting back into it. We still have like 25 minutes before I gotta roll an ad, which is super nice. What do y'all think about that? Do we like having to roll 3 ads in a matter of 10 minutes so we can get a full hour of uninterrupted ads, or do we prefer 3 minutes of ads every 30 minutes? You said yes. I'm guessing to the first part, like just rolling all the ads and then getting like an uninterrupted hour. Yeah. I think I like that better too. I think it just works better. So we can also take like a longer collective break or just chat in between. But no, because I haven't figured out how long it takes in between to like, I know, it really does. It's crazy because like it does make me money, so I don't mind doing it. But I would just roll a 3-minute ad every hour. But they make you have a plan to roll a certain amount of minutes per hour. But I think you can adjust it. But I prefer to roll them myself. And I don't know if I adjust it, if it changes when they auto roll them. There's a lot about Twitch I don't really know. Twitch is like really awesome. And I love that I get paid to do this and everything. However, it's not necessarily full-time job money, so it's really hard for me to justify investing too much of my time learning about Twitch until it means more to me as much as I enjoy this. So, not to like encourage anybody to subscribe, but isn't this a great time to say, if you're not already following me, you should follow me at this point. You've been lurking for several hours. But also, if you're already following me, perhaps you'll consider subscribing. And if you're subscribing, I'm really sorry that there's not that many benefits to the subscription other than you don't have to watch the ads that I'm forced to play. Pretty cool full circle moment. Okay. So I've got these 3 piles, and what I'm thinking is when we use the pendulum, I'm going to use these top cards to get our answers, and then I'm going to pick a number. We'll pick a number, or I'll roll a dice. It's been a long time since I rolled a dice, but I don't think I brought them back over here. I had them for game night at one point, so they're not over here. So maybe we won't roll a dice. We'll do the mash style. We'll do mash style. Cool. So I'll use these, and then we'll pick a number for the cards, and I'll do a reading from each pile after we do the pendulum questions. And then there's this pile that I'll run through right now, and then we'll do some scrying, like probably before the pendulum reading. So I just went in reverse order, I think, or just out of order, because we'll do these first. So I'm seeing this. This was originally going to be for the pendulum, because I was like, direct yes, direct hit, direct move forward. And then this one's like offer and giving. These were the original 3 that I had. And then like selfish shit. But they don't make as much sense. This is making more sense to me to do these piles and to do the follow reading. But then this one does make sense. And this one matches this one. And this one is similar to this one. So I will do that. I'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah. This makes sense. Especially because it's 3 different elements. So we'll figure that out. We have the 14th position, King of Water. So, hello, water sign man that is making himself present. Not sure. No, I'm just kidding. I thought you were she, her. That's so funny. We're not there yet. We'll pick a number later. But I see what you're saying. This was 14th position water. That is kind of nuts. And you're the water sign. I love that. Okay, so King of Water. I don't know what this is for other than masculines getting in touch with their feminine sides. Of course, masculines can be male identifying people or fire/air elements, or both, or either, or whatever. What was the question? I love Kate Bush so much. So she's a Leo. A fixed energy. God damn it. I love her. Okay. So that's that. I don't know what they want. I don't know what this is. It feels annoying to me personally, but that's for personal reasons. I could care less. There is this card on its side. So if you're newer to my channel, I respect the cards going in any direction depending on the deck. There's some decks that I use, like the Halloween Oracle. I don't typically do reversals because that deck is really straightforward and usually just channel messages, though occasionally I will honor it. The Love deck is very much a twisty-turny one that I respect. The Thoth deck, Heart of the Cards, Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, so I honor all directions. In the upright, it is what it is. In the reverse, it's typically the opposite or just an alternative meaning. And when it's on its side, it's like it can go in either direction, but is currently unknown, standstill, undecided, etc. So I'm seeing this card was on its side. These all 3 were, but I think because I set cards on top of it, it's in the upright now, but it's face down. So we'll reveal that. Tipping again. Okay, so it's not set in stone. 3rd position fire has come up on its side. And it was in between 2 face down cards, both on their side, but the one on top has been flipped upright. But because it's face down, it could be in reverse or upright. We don't know yet. Now, I'm kind of explaining that to say that this is basically a fork in the road. right? So at this point, the masculine, because this is fire and a male presenting figure, right? On a journey. This is the moment, the very pivotal moment, that you decide if you are walking away and saying goodbye, or if you are going to walk towards it and say hello. That is the point of this reading and many others, is like there is this indecisiveness about the unknown, the future, the connections we're in, the jobs we have, the houses we live in, like the areas we're from, whatever it is. There's like this disconnect and this non-commitment or this indecision, right? And part of that is because we got hit with retrogrades at really bad times. And like, I was looking into it more this past season, and I was reading that retrograde season happens a couple times a year. But last year, I don't know if it was because I was paying attention more. I've been doing tarot full time since 2020. So I've tried to keep up with that stuff, and I felt like last year, 2022, that there was just boom, 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 boom. There was always something going backwards. And I don't know if it was actually more than usual or if I was more aware of it because I knew. I also used to think that I didn't feel retrogrades as much because I've always been aware of them. I always heard that even before I got into tarot. And then once I did tarot, like I said, I tried to keep up with it more. And I always felt like I was pretty unaffected by them. And these past few retrogrades, bitch. What the fuck? Suddenly unimmune. Suddenly more lessons to get through. Suddenly, I don't know, more tests passed than lessons to learn for me. Because I learned my lessons, and then they hit me with that one last wave of like bullshit to remind me about 2012 and 2022 or whatever. And I passed. Yay, that's cool. That's not sure where that's coming from or what that means, but yeah, kind of dig it. Sure, totally. Got you. So, all this indecisiveness, you can't blame that on a retrograde. LOL. Good. I'm glad y'all are there for each other. I'm assuming you mean Bizarre Adventure. Yep. Okay. Yep. You cannot blame your whole existence on a retrograde. You can't blame everything going on any kind of planetary movements. But you can definitely see that it might take its toll or have an effect on people. And that is because, you know, these planets that are in our orbit, in our galaxy, in our cosmos, galaxy is right? Solar system, in our solar system. And, like, you don't have to really believe in astrology to believe in science, right? Isn't that everybody's point about astrology is, like, it's pseudoscience, even though astronomy is real science. It's all about calculations of the stars, but then if you attribute things to being affected by these calculations, suddenly it's pseudo for some reason, even though it's just an interpretation of the data that you authorized as scientific observation. But that's fine. Okay. Beyond that, going even further, if we know that our gravitational pull in relation to the moon, to the sun, and to other planets affects where we are in the position of our solar system, the way that we rotate amongst our own axis, and the way that we can all orbit in sync with one another. The way that we stay on Earth is the same way the moon stays off of us. So this all sounds crazy when you explain it badly, right? But that's just the basics of science. Astronomy, what would you call that? It's not biology, it's just like science. What's the term? Earth science, astrophysics, sure, I meant the more vague basic principles of science. No, what's planetary studies, like astronauts, No, not any of those. These are all really true answers, but it wasn't. Maybe it's astronomy, but like, I remember learning about the planets in first grade. So what did they call it then? Like, what kind of science is it? Just science, like science. I don't know. I don't know. Like, that's silly. Like life science. There's like, is it biology? Because it's the sun feeds the earth. Anyway, that's not really the point. My point is that the fact that we are a part of this very intricate but very large system that's more or less beyond human comprehension because it's more or less untouchable by humans. It's a very, very strong suggestion to say that the movement of these objects around us would have absolutely zero impact on us. Okay? That's what I was getting at. The notion that astrology is somehow all fake or stupid is like so rooted in anti-science. Like, who is to say that a fucking planet like Mercury is not that far from us? Right? It's not like Neptune is barely even a planet and hardly in orbit and very small. Mercury's small, but it's fucking close compared to other planets. So who is to say that it moving backwards wouldn't confuse our airways or disrupt our signals, because everything in our world, in our universe, in our atmosphere, in our space, in our solar system is detail oriented and works and feeds on one another. So like, to sit here and think that our technology couldn't be interfered with, or that communication wouldn't go haywire, or that you would just feel no effects of that. Everything is connected. I basically am Dirk Gently, but like Veronica Mars meets Dirk Gently, meets JWoww, meets Donnie Thornberry, meets that paralyzed horse from Bravest Warriors, meets that guy who has an alien cult in the suburbs in the show Neighbors, to meet the... You get it. You get it. You get it. Yeah. Meets Lana Winters, meets... Yeah. There's too many fictional... Meet Abed. Abed and Deer, I think, is number one at this point because there's too many references, so I just should start saying Abed. An autistic coded character, right? Because it's like they make it so obvious that he's got like emotional issues and like social anxiety and like can't process things like a normal person, but they are all really nice to him about it. And it's like, oh, you can't just say he's autistic. And then in one episode they do. It's kind of funny. It's not funny to call people autistic. They don't make a joke out of it. They just like address it. Finally, someone says it type thing, because that's very innovative for television at the time, 2009-ish. Considering that before that they were just coded characters instead of people just being normally casted as autistic or whatever, written as autistic and whatnot. So Community is a pretty cool show. It's problematic, it's flawed, Dan Harmon sucks, but it's a good show. That last episode was probably one of the best episodes of television and easily top 10 finales of all time. So really loved it. Anyways, I'm sorry for my weird TV babble character thing. Dirk Gently, though, you really should watch it if you haven't. Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. It's only 2 seasons. It's a Douglas Adams novel. Well, I'm not really distracted. It was very relevant to what you said. Yeah, Dirk Gently is awesome. So yeah, it's Douglas Adams, who I did a channeled reading with him in October, actually. He wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, if you don't know who that is, because I forgot the name of that guy for a while and didn't put 2 and 2 together the first time I watched Dirk Gently. But yeah, it's only 2 seasons and it's short and it's just so good. It's one of my favorite shows, and it's sad that it's only 2 seasons, but Douglas Adams died, so no more books. Really great. Elijah Wood is so incredible and just such a cutie, and I've been sold on him since Everything is Illuminated, which is available to rent or buy on Amazon, and I really love that movie, and I highly recommend that as well. Also stars Eugene Hoots, the lead singer of Gogol Bordello, which is top 10, one of my favorite bands for the past like 15 years. I was very cool in high school, but I did not necessarily peak then. That's cool. Who? No, he's dead. Oh. Oh, see, I never got through the novel. I read some of his other works. I read like Eating Animals and Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close. Holy shit, bro, that book was fucking beautiful. It was the last book I ever read, really. I've read some shorter works since then, but like I haven't fully finished a book since that book, honestly, and that was like 11 years ago. And I try, but like I said, it has to be broken up in bite-sized pieces now. I did have a traumatic brain injury, but there was years in between that. Oh no, I hope you're okay. Mine was really off the charts the past few days because periods and stuff. Yeah, 222 in there. Yeah, so everything is illuminated. The movie is really good. I started to watch or like saw a trailer for the Extremely Loud movie, and it was like, ew. It was just not the vibe. But everything is illuminated is the vibe. It is the vibe. The first 30 minutes are so fucking cringy. You will want to turn the movie off, and then it'll all be worth it. It's so beautiful. I really, really liked it. But I know the book was like so amazing. So it might be hard because I don't know. I mean, I saw No Country for Old Men and then read the book, and I think they're both great. I think that's one of the best like translation from book to movies that I've ever seen. There was a couple things they did differently, but there was nothing that I was angry about. I think that some of the descriptions of the characters end up being different than the people who get casted. This was so long. I mean, that I read like also 15 years ago or whatever, so that's very cool. I miss reading books. I feel I feel like perhaps the short attention spans or being on phones and having other forms of escapism or doing drugs in general. I've always been a big reader throughout my whole life, and it's a shame that it's not a habit I stuck with, and it makes me very disappointed in myself. But it seems so time consuming now because I've got so much more going on than I did as a kid or in middle school or in high school or even those few years after, post-drug use. Even during drugs, I liked reading drug-related books, you know. That's cool. Okay, so you should definitely watch it because it's really good. Really, really good. You got it. It's on Amazon. You gotta buy it. It's so good. You'll want to buy it because you'll want to watch it again. It's beautiful. It's fucking great. It's fucking great. And you already know what happens, so it's like not as shocking. But the movie's pretty shocking. Like, pretty shocking. Oh, back to the aliens. We are exploring space with aliens. We are aliens in space right now. Like, let's discuss that a little bit. Like, you're right. Let's rein it in. We don't need to talk about media. Maybe, is there like a movie thing? You guys into that? Would you ever come check me out even if I'm not on tarot? Part of the reason I always choose the tarot category is just to get my crowd of people that typically watch my channel, because that's what bonded us. That's what brought us all together, was the tarot category. But I'm down to explore the categories and talk more about things like movies and books and stuff like that. I don't know if that would just be just chatting. Sometimes I want to talk about music or even like the process of making music, but then like I think the music category is more for playing music, performing music. But then people have been suggesting karaoke on here to me, and I'm like, I don't really understand how that would work or what that entails, but it sounds like I'd be interested in it. Also music category, so we could definitely switch it up. We are in the midst of tarot. That's what I've been telling everybody all night. Once the green box and the little screen is up here, we do have tarot cards on the table. We are discussing a lot tonight because, one, we're using the mystery deck, and that is what we use to connect with gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics, most often galactics, hence the constant back to aliens on this channel. You'll notice it time and time again. And then we also connect this deck with like twin flame readings because they are indeed cosmic connections. And so there's always a lot to discuss about human relationships and the human journey itself, as well as human history and genetics, our place in space, etc. So anybody who walked in during that spiel left during that spiel. They were like, yeah, no, this isn't really what I want. And I'm glad, because I don't need people who are seeking answers and need repetitive cards and just looking for what they want to hear. It's not the vibe. We're here to discuss life, maybe get a little existential, instill ourselves with some faith, hope, and love, peace, love, unity, respect, all that shit. I'm a plur kid. I'm a plur kid. I'm not afraid to say it. I was so into that shit, and I still do think those are some great values. You know, even if I disconnected from the EDM scene a long time ago, I miss it sometimes. I want to get back into it. I don't know that I'm really welcome. I don't think there's any particular entity or group of people that would say I'm not, but I know in my soul when I talked enough shit to never go back somewhere because it's rude, you know. And I got no problem saying I was wrong, but there's some things I probably wasn't wrong about, and that's the issue, is I don't want to go back just to complain about it again. But yeah, still think plur is a great values, and good times. So King of Water's there. And that's the masculines needing to think more like feminines, right? Because we have the king to represent the masculines, and we have the water to represent the feminines. And so it's about becoming in tune with, amen to that, becoming in tune with both sides. And that is where this indecision lies, in the masculine. Because we're seeing King of Water, the masculine, getting in touch with the feminine side, but then we're seeing the double masculine, the man and fire, as the masculine being the one that's indecisive. Y'all need to understand that the feminines in your situations have already made up their minds. So if you're the water sign, if you're the earth sign, if you are the female or femme presenting, femme leaning person in your dynamic, then there isn't as much to say to you, because you are very focused, you are very driven, you probably feel ambitious in your life and also in your relationships, and you are willing to take a chance. Oh shit, we have to roll the ad break. We'll roll the ad and get right back to it. Well, it all makes sense. Don't worry about it. We're going to do the thing where I'm going to roll 3 minutes, come back, chit chat for a couple minutes. We'll get to know some of the new people in the room if they want to speak up and talk to us. And then I'll roll the minute ads until we get an hour again, because that was kind of nice to not have to do ads for an hour straight. So be right back, part 1. Mind freak. Okay, sorry. You know what? Let's just. Well, no, it's fine. I'll keep an eye on it. In case you missed it, we are going to be chit-chatting for a few minutes here, and then I'm going to be rolling another ad as soon as I can, and then in a few minutes after that, rolling another ad so that we can go 60 minutes without having to roll any ads. And then, yeah. And if you look at the time, I've been on for 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. So, thank you for being here tonight. Just know that you probably are meant to be here, and that I am here to deliver messages from the divine to all of you. But rather than on an individual level, like some readers, I prefer my messages to be a bit more vague, applicable to anybody, and kind of there for the right reasons, as in not fixating on any other person or any one person's life, but rather just generally what we as a collective, or we as people, we as a community need to know, need to hear, or needs to be said. Sometimes with the smaller channels, it does feel really specific, so if a message feels specific to you, then it should. If a message doesn't, then it might pertain to someone you're dealing with. Because these are collective messages, there's typically two groups. It can be us and them. You know, it can be masculines, feminines. It can be, you know, families versus outsiders, whatever those groups are to you. It's typically two energies or two sides of an energy, because you might have more than one person involved in your situation. And that's what the basis of pretty much any of my readings are. In particular to the mystery deck, it is more about those galactic connections and doing some aliens channeling and getting on different frequencies and connecting with higher beings. But there's a lot of very human-based advice or wisdom that is shared during them. And I will get back to the cards after our intermittent commercial break. I think it's called the Golden Gaia by Raven somebody. I got it without the box in a plastic bag used, because that's how I like getting my decks. But somebody looked it up for me. I think it's called the Golden Gaia Tarot. Can't remember though. Raven something with a P. I can't remember. It was something that just kind of happened more than like a choice or an indication that it should be for that. But some of these, I mean, a lot of these images have like third eyes, or like are half dragon or full dragon. So I just feel like there was, oh, if Dreams of Gaia is a deck, then that might be it. Listen, that's actually why they want to communicate with us. This is something that's come up in past readings, past channel messages. I guess this would be a good time to discuss that, because it usually does come up during the readings. I'm like, the reason I'm not playing the second ad yet is because it like makes you wait to charge back up to play an ad, and that's why it's like we might as well just talk filler and not get too into the cards, because we can go back to the actual cards and the work when we get that uninterrupted hour. Okay. They do like us. A lot of them like us. So basically what was happening over the past few decades are different to everybody, right? A decade is 10 years on planet Earth, but the beings that live longer or are have been at least societally more established, they consider a decade to be a bit longer of a term, right? So some of them like us, some of them want to help us, some of them made us this way. So some of the basic principles that we've gathered about the human relationship to these beings is one, that they've been crossbreeding with us for a long time. Two, they are different species. There are many different species that have been doing this. And three, they all have very different intentions, okay? So some of the, not breaking points, but some of the points in the timeline that they've shown to us. Put that on pause. We're going to run this ad because we're trying to get to our uninterrupted hour as fast as possible. So I will be right back in 60 seconds. Y'all could have definitely mentioned the ad was over. I'm right here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm impressed. I said fucking. Thought it was the chocolate. No. I think I would be personally most excited to eat Reese's Puff cereal, and that's why that was my answer. I think it's like so good. I think there's like hardly any cereal better than Reese's Puff because one, there is actually a ton of protein in it, and two, there's something so velvety about those puffs when you compare them to something like Captain Crunch that like tears your mouth up. There's something very velvety and almost buttery about Reese's Puffs, yet they are still vegan. So Reese's Puff is like top tier fucking cereal, bro. Just like so nuts. The ad never started for you? That's cool. You're not subscribed to me, are you? I mean, you just got here, so I don't see how you would be. So the reason I typed, we talked so much since I typed that note. I said Lucy Jesus Christ Roswell. Sounds like a really funny sentence. Lucy Jesus Christ Roswell. But those are the three most significant markings in human evolution that would suggest, indicate, or prove the theory that came to us during a channeled reading that there is indeed human hybrids with different species on Earth. And so that's why the preservation of Lucy seems so remarkable, but was honestly the first successful hybrid they had at that time, and that's why she's so well preserved. That's not an accident. That's kind of why it's so silly that humans are so caught up in conspiracy theory when it's like, this is just working theory because all science is theoretical and the science would definitely prove some of this stuff to be true. Speeding forward from Lucy to Jesus. Whether or not there was experimentation in between is questionable, and the way that these experiments work are classically like what you would see in science fiction, where it takes time to get it right. It takes a lot of experimenting, a lot of different human genetics to go through to see who is likely to be compatible with this DNA off planet, and they kept a lot for observation. There's like abductions that they have to do. Like, there's a reason you see so many of the same symbols in so much of history, right? So this is all stuff that we've learned from prior streams, and this is just to kind of prep some of the new people onto what the conversation or the reading will be like when we get to it after one more ad break, and we should have a solid 60 minutes. If we want to push it I could see if we can run yet another ad break, but I feel like an hour is good, a good break time for me, because if I get too caught up, I'll get exhausted. But we can always push it. We can always push it. So when I say Lucy, I don't mean Lucifer. I mean the dude, my contoured face is just ridiculous, bro. Look at that. I always look like this, but that is just, it's uncalled for. I look hungry. I look very hungry. Anyways, Lucy, as in the, like, the link in human DNA, human evolution that they found, like prehistoric, I don't want to call her Neanderthal, it was like the one in between, or whatever. She's like some missing link that they were looking for, and she's like this preserved body, you know. They probably dropped her off as a hint. They probably had her up there, and she finally died or something, and they like put her on Earth, and that's when they found her and why she was so well preserved, because she was probably in a vacuum in space at some point. The Lucy. If you Google it, I don't know if you can really just Google Lucy. I think that's too vague. Yeah, it's a movie. Lucy archaeology, that comes up. Lucy, a 3.2 million year old fossil skeleton of a human ancestor, was discovered in 1974 in Ethiopia. Is she the oldest human fossil? Move over, Lucy. Who is Lucy and why is she so important? Her skeleton was so complete, Lucy gave us an unprecedented picture of her kind. In 1974, Lucy showed that the human ancestors were up and walking around, not around long before the earliest stone tools were made or brains got bigger, and subsequent fossils finds of much earlier bipedal hominids have confirmed that conclusion. That's Lucy. So once again, they're like, oh my gosh, 3.2 million years old. That, of course, she was preserved because the aliens had her, you know? Yeah, LOL. Thank you, Ali. Oh my god. You couldn't reach the Fruity Pebbles, so you settled for Cocoa. You literally did predict that she was having Cocoa Pebbles. I love that for you. I love that for us. That's so funny. Outshining me at my own game. Kudos to you, sir. So that's Lucy. So yeah, the reason that her DNA is so preserved is because she was a very important experiment to other life forms off this planet, and they dropped her back off. Coincidentally, when they were deep in their research and negotiations, because post 1947 Roswell, everything changed and the government was a lot more involved. And in the 70s, you know, they needed a lead. Basically, they were riding these theories or these ships to dead ends, and they basically threw us Lucy like a fucking bone. Like a fucking bone. You know what I mean? Like, how long does it actually take for a human body to decay? How was her skeleton still so intact and preserved is very mind-blowing to think about. 3.2 million years old. Sounds bizarre, because even dinosaurs, yes, way older than that, have become petrol, you know? Which sounds like a lie, doesn't it? It's just so nuts. Yeah. No, I get, okay, a lot of people talk about outer body experiences, But have y'all ever had an inner body experience? Because that shit is the grossest thing. I hate it. It doesn't happen a lot, but oh my god, they are the fucking worst. That's what I'm saying. It could not have just been the Earth. It makes no sense. It makes no sense that her body would be so well preserved after 3.2 billion years. But if it was, that's pretty scary because humans do decay and our flesh does rot and our bones do get brittle and break. And yet, plastic, on the other hand, whoo! 3.2 billion years and that bitch was still in the ground. What is that saying about all this fucking garbage? We are making our planet uninhabitable. So they're making it unaffordable because what else are we supposed to do? They don't know what else to do. And until we step up and have these conversations with each other, they're going to continue to make these decisions for us without our best interest in mind. That's for goddamn sure. So let's roll this last ad and get us 60 solid minutes to get into this. I'll be right back. Sorry, I stopped to eat a red vine. And y'all know my rule is that nobody watches me eat for free. So you just get this little ASMR bit, you know. Well, the beauty of it is you can explore space from anywhere you are because you're in space right now. Let's talk about that. So, just now or over a period of time or once in your life, like what? They're really good. Okay, yeah. A few days is like, whoa. I've had the same bag of red vines for months. I was really into it for a minute and then I got sick of them, but now I'm like, these are still pretty good. Okay, so you never understood me. You never really tried. Should you guys see my makeup, by the way? It's really cute. It says guided because I'm emotionally guided or guided emotionally. Guided emotionally. And then on the bottom it says guarded, but I tucked it in. So guided emotionally, emotionally guarded. And then this side is like a cutie rain cloud raining and sparkles coming out. And it's like so cute. It's so cute. Okay, so back to it. Let me check. This is charged. Gonna unplug it because the cord is pissing me off. But it'll probably die in like 30 minutes. Whatever. Boy, oh boy, I love that the coffee I ate is definitely kicking in. And I'm looking at the big sky. You never understood me. Never really tried. This cloud, that cloud, looks like islands. I love Kate Bush. I just love Kate Bush. Anyways, so we were talking about Lucy, and there's kind of a lot of questions being thrown around about this alien stuff. And once again, the only assessments I really truly have is like knowledge or theories I've gathered over time, certain references to television I could make, but mostly what I'm gathering or sharing is what has been like knowledge acquired from doing these readings. So we're looking at Lucy, we're seeing like an otherworldly preservation of a human body. Then we're looking at Jesus, and we're talking Virgin Mary shit, and it's like, yep, that sounds like an abduction. So they wanted to try to see that if there was a bad theory at the time, that they'd have a better chance of incubating or hibernating this hybrid if it were in like a vessel that had been untouched. They thought I don't know. They thought they would make a difference. In a way, it did, but there was something a bit unnatural about Jesus's creation, where he's like essentially a test tube baby. So they were already growing him when Mary was like impregnated by it, right? Like classic abduction. But they're not going to just straight up put that in the Bible, nor did people really have a reference point for aliens at that time. They were barely into God, like they were barely getting into religion in an organized fashion to some extent. Like the concept of more beings would just be almost unimaginable, especially when people like Copernicus and Galileo went through so much bullshit trying to revolutionize the way that we saw science at the time. Well, I'm not that human, unfortunately. I definitely believe multiple gods exist, but I feel like we are in the age of information, and that's why it's easy for us to believe multiple gods exist, because there have been so many roads and ways paved to us. But at that point in history, people were more or less rejecting the multiple gods of Roman and Greek mythology and turning to things like Christianity, but not quite Christianity. Judaism's pretty old. Islam is not that much older than Christianity, or it's newer. I can't remember. We looked it up on one of these streams. So, getting back to it, y'all keep bringing stuff up that like just spars more and more conversation. Once again, we're kind of reviewing some of the basic bullet points of. You're fine. When we bring up aliens, people are very curious and have questions, and it's like, I just want to reiterate that I'm not some kind of ultimate truth, and if you believe in what I do, that's cool, because I kind of believe in what I do, and I've gotten some really cool information from these readings, So
I don't think I'm very human. I think I have this like hybrid DNA. I think a lot of us do. So if you think about Lucy being hybrid and reproducing into whatever the human race was at the time, and then you have like the new wave, the new generation, Jesus being the next turning point, like big, they waited a long time in between. There were probably other experiments or incidences or even other species, right? Because then, like we've discussed, we talk about how it seems like some things came from the ground, some things came from the sky. Who's to say that these aren't other Earth's dimensions, creatures? You know what I mean? The idea that a portal exists on the ocean floor that eventually leads back to the vacuum of space, or that there's no end in space because there's only like circles, where you just keep you think it's expanding, but there's like just, it's very hard to fathom. It's very hard to fathom anything to do with space. So to try and analyze the way that we see things like space travel can be helpful to being more open up to this. It's interesting, right? So we had the Jesus moment, but then we also had Roswell. 47 to 52 was a lot of negotiating, and that's why, again, we see that boom space race, because people were aware of contact in other countries, but they were working with the U.S., and that's why the U.S. is the way they is. So other things to note, these were 3 very pivotal moments, right? But they did stay in the shadows for a long time. Insects, exactly how you would describe aliens, only they live on this planet, but this planet is in space, so who is to say who's there? Like, we look like the aliens. We don't look like anything else. There's one of us, one species of us, and we're mammals, but we don't actually look like any other mammals, except remotely somewhat like apes, monkeys, gorillas, the whole family, primates. We somewhat look like primates, but we don't. You know what I mean? Primates are just the only other creatures on this earth that are bipedal and have thumbs. That's it. So it's like that one, the body is the quality of the earthly nature, but the looks, the hair patterns, the physical features, like, yes, we've refined over time, but there is a drastic difference, and there are multiple drastic differences that we see in time. It's the same reason that if you look at people from the 1920s versus the 2020s, we look way different. But if you look at Lucy and you look at a picture of someone in 1920, you could see that evolution. Whereas you look at a picture of someone from 1920, you look at someone today, it's like, I almost don't see it as much. Right? And that could be for so many different reasons. Because one, we are looking at edited, photoshopped, filtered, and remade people, right? So that's hard to fathom, because it's like, what do people actually look like? Do we know? Can we influence the outcome or influence our genetics or how we look by what we're looking at? If everything is just atoms moving at really fast rates and nothing's truly solid, then who is to say we're not more malleable than we think we are? The shit gets deep. The shit gets real deep. It's not as simple as a tarot reading, and that's why it's like, I do tend to shoot people down when they come on here and be like, can I get a reading? I don't really mind when people say join, because I get that that's like, it's a command, so you could see what's going on and stuff. So the commands, I try to like be really kind and just like inquire about what they're inquiring about. When people straight up say, can I have a reading, I automatically just like don't really like them. Because it's like, just be patient, listen to what's going on, try to say hello first.
There are people who follow me so they can talk. They don't read my rules, and they say, "Can I get a reading?" And it's like, if this, how would this ever be tailored to one person? But would you trade some reading telling you that the fucking person that you want wants you back, even if it's a lie, even if it never happens? Or would you rather hear about ancient alien knowledge being passed down in a fucking third party form of tarot cards via the internet? Amen. Amen. It seems equally offensive, yes. Especially, yes, I agree. So yeah, it seems like even 100 years ago, people had more exaggerated features. And there is the idea that so many filters, and of course, like, I am very Eurocentric beauty standard. It's not necessarily, like, I do find myself very attractive, and I'm like, goddamn, I got so lucky in so many ways, having to just have, like, a very timeless look. Just things that people pay money for, that I just have, and I'm so grateful for that. But I also recognize that that's based on a very Eurocentric beauty standard. And that is not to say that I'm only looking at Eurocentric beauty standards when I say this, because I understand that if I thought of myself as a standard, I'd have a very off perception of what the world looks like. So there is going to be people with different features, different faces. But something I notice is how large people's heads and faces were 100 years ago. It seems like, and that's not our ancestors, that's our relatives. That's like some of our grandparents or our great grandparents, where they aged a lot faster in like a mental, like in a physical way. But I think about how your ears and your nose perpetually grow for your entire life, and a faster rate for those assigned male at birth. And that's why old men have huge noses and huge fucking ears, because they never stop growing. But when you look back, and again, people have larger noses and bigger ears just to begin with, and that's not what I'm talking about. If you look at pictures of people in high school in their 20s 100 years ago, they look a lot older. It's like they were literally aging faster, you know? Their features were getting bigger at a younger age, whereas now we see old men look that way, but we don't really see young people look that way. And it can be that we're not seeing the effects of evolution while they're happening. But if you were to compare yourself to someone in 1922, in 2022, you will see physical differences. You will see different traits. It's like some people want to argue that, like, people were generally more slender at different times, but it's like, okay, you're looking at a lot of times people were heavily on drugs, and when you're on drugs, you don't eat as much. It's not, I mean, yes, Americans eat like crap for the most part. The food we're offered is just like so preserved and dyed. It's just sick to think, why did they ever do this to us? We have no idea. We will tie this back into aliens because I have theories. But there's just so many moving parts. There's so many moving parts. And yeah, I think there is somewhat evolution at play. It is somewhat genetics. But there is something else. It's almost like the preservatives we consume are preserving our bodies. But here's what's kind of creepy or weird about that is that pedophilia has never gone out of style. It's always been something rich people do. It's literally ingrained in our history. It's people do it out in the open and get in no trouble for it because they're narcissists with really popular jobs. And they're rock stars, so they're allowed to. They're actors, so they're allowed to. They're popular, they're famous, they're celebrities, they're allowed to. No, they're not. That's fucked up. But because we see how quickly people were aging 100 years ago, granted, so many influences on that, that you start to wonder, are we being preserved by preservatives, right? But in that case, why not let people fully developed and offer them these preservatives rather than give them and target them to children to stay perpetually children, stunt their growth, stunt their facial development, stunt their features from getting bigger, stunt their skin from getting hairy, or stunt them from keep them getting acne, you know? Like, that's big fucking reason why. It's the preservation of youth. And at what cost? It might kill you before you turn, 40, but then there's like, you look good, I guess. And then people who like didn't completely go down that path, like they just get reconstructive surgery instead. Like, that's what's popular. That's what's in, and we don't really question any of it. So a few reasons that this conversation came up and is relevant or stems from these readings and these channeled messages. That too. I don't know about the makes Karens part. I hate that Karen is an insult because all the Karens to ever exist have been cool as fuck. And I don't know how these nasty, out of control, entitled, stupid, privileged, rich white women took the name Karen and made it so uncool. It's kind of bullshit, and I'm fucking always gonna be a little pissed about it. Karen O is like the only Karen off the top of your head, and she's literally cool as fuck. She didn't deserve this. I'm not mad at you for using it. I don't think it's a slur. I just think we should have picked a better, more generic name that white women have. Karens are always so fucking badass. Karens are punk as fuck usually, and so cool. Yeah, Becky kind of got used for the young white women, so maybe just Rebecca is like when they grow up. We could try to switch. I think most people will be down. I think a lot of people agree with my Karen theory, honestly. It holds up. Becky, I think is good. Becky's good. That's pretty funny. Becky's when they're young with the hair, still give a fuck about their looks. And Rebecca when they are calling your manager, like, okay, Rebecca. I love that, actually. Yeah, that's perfect. Because Karen's way too punk rock and cool for that bullshit. Hey, Source, how long you been lurking, weirdo? LOL. Yeah, some are just going for your jobs. Rebecca is the evolved Becky who decides not to meddle with your relationships, but instead meddle with your entire existence. Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, so officially we're making that transition. We're no longer calling them Karens. We're calling them Rebeccas. Although, damn, I was like thinking about a cool Rebecca. Sucks, but sometimes you gotta take one for the team, man. I can think of enough of them that aren't cool. For the few that are, cheers, sorry, but, it's what happens when people think you're the devil. Anyway, and it was because of Becky. Becky was already a thing. Is she the one who did Friday? It's Friday. Yeah, she's cool, sucks. But it's not Karen O cool, you know what I'm saying? We gotta make the switch. Becky when they're under 40 and Rebecca when they're over 40, the new entitled white woman name. It's just more appropriate than... Especially because, like, Rebecca is in the Bible, right? That's somebody's wife. And, it's not that she was a bitch, but she just kind of was a bitch for her husband. Isn't that, like, the whole thing is Rebecca sold out her sister in order to, like, get the guy or something? Yeah. They do. But Chads are so funny. There's, like, such an energy with a Chad, but it's like a totally different energy than like a Kyle, or like totally different energy than like a Trevor or something. But there are a few that are like the cliche male personalities, but like what's the Karen equivalent for dude names? Because like the rest of them feel so young, like Becky, like Chad graduates to Chadius or something.
I don't know. Okay. Oh my god, I love that. You're fucking all really hilarious. I think you're craving peanut butter because one, I looked at a jar of peanut butter on my last commercial break, and two, we were talking about Reese's Puffs and you just ate chocolate cereal, and that must really suck because now everybody wants fucking Reese's Puffs so bad. Alright, so kind of been talking about human garbage, as in the garbage humans create, talking about preservation of human bodies, talking about the systems in place. So, to go back to the topic at hand, we're all just having conversation. It's not just you. And it's all relevant. I'm tying it all back together. It'll make more sense. The thing that's the most, no, it's just Daniel. The thing that's the most disruptive is you saying, I need to stop interrupting, because then I have to sit here and tell you not to apologize or to stop doing it. There's like a flow of conversation and there's interrupting. And like the flow of conversation is not disruptive. But saying that you're interrupting is interrupting. That's it. It's very, very scaled minor. Okay, so we're having all these conversations because part of the reason they feel relevant, or they came up in the first place, or was the reason I chose to say what I said, is that there's like these different species, right? They all have different desires for this planet. But something that came up, like I said in a past stream, when we used this deck and we were talking with our intergalactic guides, that there is a sound, a frequency, a resonance that naturally comes from the beat of human consciousness that is rooted in love. It's like this very specific thing where there is this unique value about humans naturally, because they are the only source of this frequency in the universe. It's very protective. There are certain ears that it's like a dog whistle. Okay? There are people who resonate at this frequency naturally. There are people who adjust to this frequency with work over time, and there's people who are turned down from this frequency, and there are people who turn other people down from this frequency. And so you can imagine that part of the reason this happened is because initially the colonization on planet Earth was in tandem, directly working with humanity to create a stronger species for survival on this planet and any other. But because we can see that there are space races even on planet Earth, you can imagine there are space races in space, right? So while one species colonized the planet to do good by mankind, hence why you get things like Jesus happening, right? Where like Jesus changed the way fucking billions of people think and feel. And that was just one person, one figure, and you can take Jesus out of the story of Christianity, or kind of like, I can't put into words that it didn't need to be Jesus, and it did have a lot to do with everyone else. But because that's what people focus on, and that's what people remember, there was that pivotal moment in time where one man could change the world.
and there are those aliens. I feel like it's the Pleiadians. I don't know. We need pictures and references. Like, I need a catalog of alien species if anyone has like a good reference for that. I feel like it's the Pleiadians are the ones who made Jesus. But they did so to once again create a stronger species that would be able to survive colonization from other species, right? And so they were experimenting on this planet because they were very attracted to its frequency. Like I said, for some it's like a dog whistle and it's painful like kryptonite or whatever, but for others it's a beautiful healing sound. And so they saw that humans were able to naturally take care of themselves from the inside out because they resonated this frequency that was in tune with their own earth. But as they adjusted, they realized it wasn't necessarily the earth itself. It was the human vessel. Like the way we move. Everything else on the planet's quite stationary. There are animals who resonate at similar frequencies, but their lack of expression tends to keep them lower at like 401, 403, rather than the human frequency of 405. Okay? And most frequencies that we listen to will be way off. But that's because there's like levels that you need at different times. I like 444, 369, but I don't like anything over 800 hertz is like unenjoyable to me. But for super low frequency or low vibrational people, that is probably you adjusting and tuning into something or your frequency, if that makes sense. That's how I've always seen that, as like, oh, something's coming in, getting tuned up, or a thought or something, where that's more like if you get that beyond tetanitis or whatever, I think that means that you are it and you're good and you stay in that space, that range, and you can easily get to 405. So while some is 420 at a time, who wants to take a little smoke break? Got the bong here. What y'all doing? What y'all doing? 420? Boom, baby, chills. I know that celebrating every single 420 that I see is arbitrary and even silly, immature, childish, etc. But I also believe that you should celebrate as many and all moments in life as possible. Why wait for birthdays or special occasions? That's okay. I like my lungs too. That's why I quit smoking cigarettes and I filter my smoke through water and glass. I do tend to smoke backwoods or joints and papers and stuff quite a bit lately, but my preferred method will always be filtered through water for that reason. So I hear you. How old are you? Okay, maybe that's a rude question. I'm 30, I'll just say it. I'm pretty confident being 30. I like it. Probably the most hopeful 30-year-old you'll ever know. I didn't open Pandora's box. I was the thing sitting at the bottom of it. You did. So, anyways, what were we talking about? The Pleiadians seem to really like that frequency, and they see it as this healing thing, and they see how independent humans have always been, and they were trying to encode them with some of their DNA so that they would be able to transfer to other planets or reach further places in outer space as humans, because there had to be an influence in intelligence along the way. And that's not to say animals are dumb. Animals are really smart. They can communicate without words. They can communicate in vocal sounds. A lot of them probably do telepathically communicate, because how else do you communicate something to an entire herd? Unless you can share direction and instinct. So like the complications of non-human sentience is like one of the most amazing, enthralling, and interesting topics that I could think of off the top of my head in life. Like, I love the idea, or the mass possibilities of how animals truly communicate, being less vocal. That's what I mean. That's so crazy. Humans seem to be very different in that way. We are the only ones who have like knowingly recorded and created and documented a language, and it seems arbitrary because the rest of nature didn't do it. And that's where it's like, is this not enough evidence for people to see how much influence comes from futuristic technology given to us or brought to us by more advanced civilizations? I don't get why that's still so out of reach for people, when it truly does make sense. And we can make it make sense, and we can make anything make sense. And so because people have made it a joke, a farce, and a fucking conspiracy, it stays that way. No matter how much evidence, no matter how much logic, no matter how much anything you throw at them. Some people simply want you to be wrong, simply refuse to think about it, simply like things the way they are. Kind of just don't care, right? And there's no changing that. There's no changing that. There's a lot of work to do, but yeah, so the Pleiadians definitely were looking out for the humans' best interest. There is some kind of like really toxic leader that was in control of them for like some kind of like 1,000-year reign or something. I don't know. They're telling me like the drama, that for a minute the Pleiadians did have a bad rep because they had like a really bad leader or representative in charge of them, and so things kind of got messy and they made a bad deal, much like happened with the humans. But basically, like, okay, the Pleiadians brought us Jesus, right? But they had been working on that, I think, since Lucy. So they were there for Lucy, but I feel like there's some other, like the insects. Like, I don't know how to explain that the first crossbreeding was not the Pleiadians. The Pleiadians were doing something that was already being done on this planet for different reasons. There was crossbreeding. There was like bacteria coming through these portals that look very much like vents, shooting hot air into the bottom of the ocean floor, and that's where they source all human life from, theoretically in science. Accepted scientific theory is that all human life essentially, or not all human life, but all life essentially began on Earth at these hydrothermal vents at the bottom of the ocean floor. Because the cold depth of the ocean water mixing with the heat is the first known, traceable, identifiable way that bacteria formed, and that bacteria became everything in the ocean, and eventually things crawled out. Okay, so how the fuck do we get wings then? That really doesn't even make sense. Probably. Literally, probably. That's a great theory. Like, probably. I think insects landed here, though. Like, how did we get wings? I understand birds or dinosaurs getting wings over time, but insect wings are like nothing else. Like a very specific... Insects in general are very specific design. Most of them have multiple... Okay, name one insect with less than like 2 legs. that doesn't have wings. And then most insects with wings have more than 2 legs anyways. It's like they're very fragile, they're very small, they're very short-lived, they come in bunches. They've survived so much. They're the smallest creatures on Earth. They seem to own nothing, and yet they could take over at any moment. And we're lucky they're not organized. Or are they? Because they could just be the eyes and ears of a bigger species. That's the other thing, is like, right, they used to be huge. How did they get so small? Why did they get so small, other than the species that invented them, brought them, crossbred them here? I don't even think insects are a crossbreed. They have exoskeleton. Everything else on the planet has a skeleton inside its body except for insects. Can you just think about that for a goddamn second? What the fuck? Yes, and that's the thing. That's the thing. They do carry infectious disease. Lyme disease comes from ticks. They're supposed to freak you out because that is a species that don't like you. I don't mind insects. I really like them. I really admire the silverfish. I fucking love spiders, which are arachnids, so I guess it's technically different. It's still an insect, right? But it's not. I don't fucking know. Exactly. So who are we to say that these insects aren't here to keep track of us for a bigger version of the species that brought them here? Like, I can't imagine. Or just the true definition of minding your fucking business. They were like, we could be big and take up space, or we just fly around for 24 hours, die, and reincarnate as something else, or a different bug, or however the fuck that works. That's wild. So I don't know why people think birds aren't real, and like birds are some kind of CIA conspiracy, when it's like clearly the insects. Like, clearly nobody's going to talk about the thing with 100 eyes that flies on glass wings and has a skeleton on the outside of its body and bleeds green and other marvelous colors and are every fucking color of the rainbow and every shade and come in monochrome. You're kidding me. And you think it's the birds. Like, I can't explain. Like, I don't see how that is not enough. Thank you for the follow, Da Vinci. I tried to watch the Da Vinci Code recently. No, birds are not. Bugs are. Bugs are. That's what we're talking about. Like, how could you think it's the birds? Birds are just little dinosaurs who are like trying to get by and be gentle instead of like ripping apart flesh. They eat berries now. Cats, I think, are aliens. Cats look like... Okay, I have a theory about cats. And the thing with the cats is like, they are very of the, they were of the planet, and then they got domesticated by aliens during the ancient Egyptian peak rulings, right? That's why they worshipped them. And like dogs, kind of same, but like with a different purpose, right? They programmed or domesticated cats and dogs to serve different purposes and to complement different personality types, right? And it's interesting because when you look, most dogs, and this is not going to be true across breeds because huskies would be a great exception that I can't think of like many more, but most dogs are wide-eyed all the fucking time, and some breeds more so than others, right? I love that. Wait, oh, okay. No, I still love it. I can't say I'm into it. I'm not against it. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to like be like, oh, are you a furry? I've never done furry things, and I think the cartoon aspect of furryism is what turns me away from it. But I love aliens. And I think that of all the kinks in the world, I prefer ones with a bit less violence. So, like, I'm not against it. I feel like furries got ostracized from society for a little bit and judged very harshly when, like, there's so many worse and more dangerous and even disgusting kinks to have. I don't know why furries got such a hard rep. Same with, like, foot fetishes and stuff. I don't know. Is furry always sexual? Am I supposed to assume that we're talking sexual matters? Is that like the thing with furries, or do you just literally like, is it like cosplay? I'm sorry if I'm asking too many personal questions. You don't have to answer any of them, Sag Man. I'm gonna go back to the alien stuff. It sounds cool. It sounds cool. Yeah, okay. I totally get that. I totally get that. That's what I'm saying. I feel like I don't know why there's such a bad rep, but I used to think weirdly of it, and then somebody said, actually, a friend of mine, still friends to this day, Aquarian energy, gotta love it. He was just like, yeah, my brother's a furry. And I was like, what? Because, like, I had never met one. This was, like, I don't know, probably 5 years ago, maybe 6. And I had never met one, so I had my own prejudices. I had my misinterpretations and miscommunications. Nothing's normal, that's my point. At least you're not into binding people, gagging them. That shit is fucked up in the head. If that's not normalized violence in the use of sexualization, like, that's so unhealthy and needs to be, like, addressed and unpacked. But don't kink shame anybody. It's like, I'm so over it. I'm so over it. So over it. Because people hide abusive behaviors and accept abusive behaviors all just thinking it's some kind of, like, we're not going to do it right now. It needs to be unpacked, but not now. So I met this guy who's like, yeah, my brother's a furry. And I was like, oh my God, really? Like, I was shocked. Like, never actually met a furry in real life. Just knew what it was because of the internet and everybody making fun of them, right? And he's like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. I think it's something I'd probably try. And if I were into it, I would do it too. And it just really simple conversation that, like, I went, huh. Because perhaps you're right. Like, God, I had no reason to judge it. It's like, sure. I kind of get what you're saying. I was into all that stuff in the 90s too. I was like so about Chuck E. Cheese and Major Magics and all these other things. Like, totally feel you. And yeah, I think there's just way worse things going on with people's hobbies than dressing up like animals, you know? Like, it's just crazy what people choose to be mad about or choose to make fun of or choose to use their judgments on, because judgment is not necessarily a bad thing. It's good to be able to use judgment and have boundaries and create what you accept and or do not accept in your life or for yourself. And yet we just choose to judge others instead of making judgments for ourselves. So back to that one was interesting. See, that to me is not really disrupting because we just had a really nice, hopefully open-minded, slightly more progressive conversation than most people get when they have those conversations, unless they are within, it seems, from an outside perspective. So, cheers, mate. A lot of my viewers are Australian, but I'm not. Or some are also from New Zealand. I think it's my weird time of stream that attracts people in that part of the world. What's up, party people? I don't know why a bunch of people just came in here. Somebody must have just ended a stream and they're like looking for tarot. Listen, we're talking about aliens, furries, smoking weed, and doing tarot, kind of, and not even really, because it's aliens. So welcome, Illuminati Mystics with the decks. Bleh. Yeah. I'm just gonna be candid. I'll just say, yeah. We've all done DMT. Because DMT is dimethyltryptamine, and your brain releases your own supply of it every time that you sleep and have a dream, or when you die. So we've all done DMT. Okay. I know how to blast off without drugs. So that's fun too. Did it take some experimenting to be able to do that? Sure. Sure, of course, sure. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. LOL, don't start making fun of weebs because you've finally been accepted as a furry. Weebs are fine. Full-blown weeaboos are a bit questionable because it's like cultural appropriation to an extent, but if the Japanese culture is to basically accept and respect and reciprocate honoring their culture, then weebs are cool in liking anime and Japanese culture in general. But, pretending to be Japanese, Gwen, is a little weird. Like, we already had that whole conversation. Were you here for that conversation? That's again, don't start judging other people when we got you out of judgment, okay? So, back to the alien stuff. Pleiadians probably brought Jesus here, most likely. Some other species may have been responsible for Lucy, but catapulted several species coming to this planet. Insects, probably spies for some species. Birds, probably just dinosaurs. Dinosaurs probably evolved from some type of similar human thing, but they got bigger as they lost resources and eventually evolved into dinosaurs, and now we're on cycle number 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 1, 1, 2, 8, 3 of that. Humans basically evolving into dinosaurs. Because this super high population just can't sustain. That's the thing. People made bad choices, and now they're mad at the way that the people in charge are handling it. And it's like, honestly, I don't know what else they would be expected or supposed to do at this point, because y'all made bad fucking decisions, and that's your own fault. And you still want to say it's their fault because they're the ones in charge. But, like, the fuck you gonna do to curb a population of 8 billion on a planet that you're not living sustainably on? I'm just not sure what anybody would be expected to do. It sounds like reptilians chiming in to the room, to be honest with you. And I think I don't want to say a lot of politicians are reptilians, but I think reptilians have an interest in politics. I think they didn't necessarily invent it, but I think that another significant point in time was reptilians making contact during that era of the founding fathers in the U.S. That was another point of contact, but that was like reptilian era. So they put in place, they had good intentions, and that's why a lot of people like fuck with the founding fathers, or like they represented freedom, but they still were doing whack ass shit because they were going along with what was going on at the time, like slavery and torturing slaves and killing and weird shit, nasty, violent, unforgivable stuff. But they had these reptilians, I believe, come in and kind of be like, yo, you should try something else. You should not be doing this. It's literally so barbaric. And that's when people started to get to their turning points. Like, that's why you see George Washington never really had that. He just, like, was kind of like, oh, we could do this. And then stepped out of the spotlight. And then by the time they're writing the Constitution, there was a reptilian in that room. I don't know who it was. And I feel like it's not one of the main dudes because I can picture him as a reptilian. I just don't think. And it's weird because people have that conspiracy about the dollar bill, do they not? That's so weird. No, there was definitely like a reptilian in that room. Something is telling me James Madison maybe wrote about it, and like no one believed him, knew or understood what the script was about. Who signed the Constitution? Okay, whoa. Only 2 presidents signed the Constitution, George Washington and James fucking Madison. That's... Whew. Okay. Wow, and this is an article from my birthday, 2021. That's wild. Whew. Okay, I have to admit I don't know what the fuck we're talking about at this point, but it's freaking me out. I am someone who says, constantly reminding people that I do have a photographic memory. And so sometimes I'll recount stuff that I don't really know. So, like, I may have just remembered James Madison, but, like, I hated American history. I prefer world history, modern history, like, ancient history, but American history, U.S. history was the most boring class. And my teacher was a drunk, so, like, it should have been fun. It should have been fun. I was, like, listening to music. I was learning rock and roll during U.S. history because this shit was so boring to me, you know. But I still might be able to pull some stuff out of my head. But that's pretty crazy. I didn't even realize that George Washington and James Madison were, like, at the same time, because I was thinking it was, like, years apart in a sense. So the framers of the Constitution, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison. But then Alexander Hamilton ended up being a traitor, correct? Sounds like the reptilian. Especially a name like that. It has an X in it. So okay. So, oh my gosh. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I wasn't even paying attention. Thank you. My bad. Yeah, I don't have the best connection all the time. 444 on the time. Sorry. That's weird that it would do that when I was talking about what I was talking about. You can learn more stuff on this planet is the one thing you should accept, because I used to feel the same way, but I was like, damn, I'd be kind of scared to go, but I should learn as much as I can now so that if I ever do go, I'll be prepared. Gotta know how that shit works, because a lot of it's mental. If we can access space from here, they can access it from there. Holy hell. Whoa, and it was 4 and 8 viewers. Love that. What the fuck? James Madison? Totally. Okay. Something I learned this summer. All right. There was a time I was just kind of walking around a lot, and I kind of just stumbled upon a place that was giving. It was giving government alien cover up conspiracy. Like, I cannot go into detail. Like, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I documented the fuck out of it. I paid attention to all my channel messages. I explored and researched this. Like, it's giving conspiracy, right? But while I was in the midst of that, I remember receiving a download or hearing this message that any companies that use the letter X, and the letter X in general, is very much tied to the native tongue. And so that was something that I picked up, I guess, a few months ago, right? This was just this past summer where I was like, damn, this is kind of cool. And it was when we were getting into the channel messages with the aliens, even though I've been using this deck since August 2021. It was August 2022 that I was starting to, like, whoa, with this deck. Like, the narratives that have been building since then. And that was because I was like, holy shit, did I find a place? Did I find a place that is this, you know? And there's a whole bunch of evidence, but I'm not revealing any of that, probably ever. But I say that because in this exploration, it was like, there's something about if there's an X in the name, because the letter X isn't like a natural human sound. That's why they Kyle XY chromosomes. It's alien and human chromosomes. You know, Z is not really natural either. Y is natural sound in the human. Yeah. But X and Z, and there's certain other letters Um, but think of also like the Skinnamarink dinky dink kind of conversation. So X is an unnatural. It's unnatural. It's an extension of the alphabet, and that's why it's not always. It's not the same in every language, but you'll see cultures like, oh, the Mayans, the Aztecs, very much the X's, the Q's, and also had the calendar, the pyramids, and I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's okay. So when I hear James Madison wrote about someone and exposed them and no one believed them, and I look at this list, who has an X in their name? Not George Washington, not Benjamin Franklin, not John Adams, not Thomas Jefferson, not James Madison. Hamilton. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love conspiracy. I love piecing it all together and understanding that history is inside of us and the record of time is existent and we can access it, by looking at it and listening to it and analyzing it. And I am very gifted at doing this. I'm very gifted at what I do. But that's because years of practice, years of experience, and years of putting everything else in my life on the back burner for this madness and research. Puzzles are fun. Love that you said that. I'm a big person about puzzles. I'm always like, missing a piece. You're the missing piece of the puzzle. I'm the missing piece of the puzzle. This is a puzzle. That was a big phase of my life. The Yoshini era, if you will. I was like, it's a puzzle. Duh. The way my brain works. It's so dumb, but so smart. I don't know. There was a time that I was very unrefined and had no idea what was going on, but I was saying shit all the time. I was channeling messages, scribing, channeling, fucking speaking for people, and seeing things. Like, I had no idea. I had no idea what it was. It hadn't dawned on me that talking to Jesus and feeling like he talked back to me was necromancy. That did not cross my mind until like 2017. And even when it did the first time, I thought it was the government posing as Jesus to talk to me, which is possible because then in 2019 they released articles about how they have lasers that can put thoughts into your head. And then I think someone experimented on me with it a few months after that. So you never know, but did not dawn on me that it could possibly be the gift of necromancy, that I would hear Jesus speak back to me. So I think I've been on this pursuit of knowledge and this pursuit of truth and this communication from within for a long time, for my whole existence. Very much Tesla vibes. Tesla studied his whole life and he learned so much and worked so hard and really did do the damn thing. Not in the same way that I do. I do something different, but it's not dissimilar to how I feel sometimes, where you end up just broke, penniless, and being used by everyone, and then everyone remembers you some kind of hero, and what good does it do you because your life was miserable, but the greater good, sometimes you have to know to sacrifice yourself. And when I was asked what I would do, I did sacrifice myself. Even if there wasn't a real reason to do it, I still chose that and acted on it and went through with it. And that's really, it's like, I shouldn't say it's remarkable because it's technically just like a SA attempt, not assault. You get what I'm saying? But in the moment, my truth was that if I didn't, it would cause so many other people to hurt, burn, and be killed, So I was like, the obvious choice would just be choose me, and that wasn't actually what was happening at the time. Or maybe it was and did, and I'm not sure. Maybe it was some weird, fucked up test, and, it was like some Jesus shit, like some crucifixion shit was fucked up. Torture for like weeks on end. Kind of crazy. And then
basically rising from the dead, because I'm still so unsure how I'm not. And it's the Antichrist Picture Show, no duh. That was kind of what I manifested, right? By calling myself the Antichrist, putting it in words, putting it in documents, sharing it on the internet, not sharing how the internet works. But we're looking at Alexander Hamilton. Probably an alien, probably a reptilian. So I wonder, did James Madison write a book or something? James Madison writings, the book. It's just so crazy that it's oh shit. Oh shit. He wrote the Federalist Papers along with Alexander Hamilton and John Jay. This is so crazy. And then it's literally listed James Madison writings. So I googled James Madison writings, curious to what he wrote, if anything, and it's literally just his writings. I can't deal. This is literally mind. I'll send you the link on Amazon. You'll see what I'm talking about, where it's literally just exactly what I fucking googled. James Madison writings. I had no idea. Like I said, I might retain stuff from history, but not like this. This is creeping me out. This is how you know this shit is accurate, when everything I'm looking up is confirming what I'm saying right after I said it. And yeah, you want some ancient alien secret? Well, not ancient, but just fucking. You want some knowledge? I bet you it's in that. That's 197 essays, addresses, speeches, private memoranda, letters. My moon just died after 18 hours of it being alive. I get that, but I'm a little curious to read the book, because I think he wrote about Alexander Hamilton's weird reptilian behaviors and shit, and no one noticed. It's so blasé. It's so I don't know how to explain it. So I think Alexander Hamilton was the first one. But then if you think about this X thing and being in reference to non-human, non-natural languages involving themselves in our alphabets, you think reptilians, then you think Alexander the Great too, right? People like that, yeah, probably. They've been colonizing the planet for a long time. So once again, it's so questionable. He to me gives android. I don't know that I'd put that on reptilian, and I don't think he's just awkward. There is something going on there, and he hates me so much. I should not be talking about this. I have literally been shadow banned on Facebook, and I'm just kind of getting out of the shit because I took a break for a while, and I stopped being so obnoxious politically or even about Zuckerberg's censorship. It got bad on Instagram, where in the tarot readings that has come up before, and he was mad. And this is Twitch. I have a lot of reasons. I'm not going to discuss it. It's not really that much. Not that much on Facebook. But, that's I've had that Facebook since 2000 fucking. That's my whole. I don't have photo albums from being a teen, 20s. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. We used to just do that. We used to just use it as this personal thing, and now it's tied into my business. But that's my business. So we see these things, okay, so we can trace it back really far back. But when we think about reptiles also seem to be, as much as birds are little dinosaurs, the modern reptile, I would say, also little dinosaurs, right? So who is to say that the reptilians, the dinosaurs, okay, I'm getting this idea that the dinosaurs were an experiment gone wrong. kind of like the first round, one of the first rounds that the reptilians attempted to colonize and mix DNA on planet Earth. And so that would indicate that it was way before the Pleiadians were dealing with Jesus, right? They saw how ineffective the dinosaurs were because they evolved into these creatures that roamed Earth and they didn't do more or less anything, and they were a bit destructive in their wake, and they had no way to like replenish their resources, and so they were going to go extinct, and there was a decision to kind of a mission, if you will. Sad. Those were their creation. I feel like I'm at this. I don't know if this is Alexander Hamilton or what, but I am seeing this like full-blown like reptile man in a suit right now, just explaining this story about like, yeah, so the dinosaurs were a bit of an accident. It was kind of an experiment gone wrong. They were useless. They thought the bigger the better. But they realized the Earth wasn't like big enough for that, and there was not much to colonize at that point, and so they just like scrapped the whole thing. So then we see that they continued, right? Even though they have a somewhat humanoid form already, because they evolved on their own planet for so long. Yeah. I think this came up because somebody said humans need a rock to the face, and they're like, don't ask for it if you don't want it, because we will do it. There's a lot of control methods. It's not that Earth is a simulation necessarily, it's that there are things in place protecting it from the outers of space around it that does help polarize and magnetize around to keep things from hitting it. There's no way naturally, like, these reptilians have had this technology. They're one of the most ancient, oldest species that exist, right? So they developed on their own planet. No, nobody lives on Jupiter. That's silly. No, there's like no physical formed bodies live on Jupiter, but there are these like not gaseous creatures necessarily, but there is a lot happening on Jupiter, but not in the sense that we perceive life. And like there's no visiting Jupiter, there's no coming back from Jupiter, there's no getting off Jupiter. It's like there is an entity that is Jupiter that has its own little bursts of personality in the same way that humans are all of the same entity, and each one is a burst of personality from the same entity, right? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, stuff like that. Right. Like it exists as like though it was made into being this thing to help stabilize Earth, keep it on track, keep it rotating. So yes, the way it functions, some of it is specific design. And it's not to say that we're just in a tank somewhere, but that's questionable at this point in time, but that's not how it started, right? So the reptilians were first, but they ended up with dinosaurs. So they were doing this for like their time not that long. They're like so baffled by the human condition of like limiting themselves to like days and hours and minutes. They just experience time in such a different way that like our perception of ancient is like they are talking to me, like the same ones. I don't know if they're like these infinite creatures or if like time and space works that much differently, that like all this time passed and it feels like the same guy in a new suit, right? And so maybe that's the thing, is it's this ancient energy that passes through person to person, humanoid to humanoid, but it's basically like this sort of entity in these bodies. It's like the same one who was there, who made the executive decision to do that to the dinosaurs, right? So
back to kind of what he was saying is like, yeah, that was on us. But then you look at reptiles and they still, they're cool as fuck. I've always loved reptiles. Like snakes, badass. It used to freak me out more as a kid, but then you get to meet them. And I said I like spiders and tarantulas and not that they're reptiles, but love amphibians, frogs. Used to catch little frogs as a kid, try to catch toads and stuff. Like I've never shied away from them. So I always thought lizards were cool. My godmother had fucking iguanas for pets. I never met them, but she had them. So I just always thought reptiles were cool. Are iguanas reptiles? Like, what else would they be? Little dragon babies. Like, they look like... How the fuck are people like, oh, dragons are mythical creatures? And yet iguanas are right there. Dinosaurs existed. And you're going to say that even though birds to this day can shit while they piss, while they fly, that, like, dinosaurs are a stretch? I'm sorry, dragons are a stretch? I don't get why people think... Right. But I mean like hardcore dragons, like the big ones that maybe breathe fire, and maybe that's a little whatever. But again, reptilian designs. If they knew that at one point a creature could breathe fucking fire, they would freak the fuck out. So it's fantasy because they had to explain some of it somehow. Or like tell their, documents and stuff. It becomes mythological because it was an old world. They toned it down. It was like before, and it wasn't necessarily before dinosaurs. It was like hasn't been discovered yet type shit, it feels like. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. Like, of course dragons existed. It's so silly to look at all of the other things we've unanimously decided existed and then think like that's too much because it's a dinosaur that flies. There are dinosaurs that fly. Like, what the fuck? Like, why wouldn't it exist? That's so silly. If anything, it would be the domesticated version of a dinosaur. And that's why they're like, yo, yeah, no. But yeah, actually, yeah, probably. Probably not as long ago as dinosaurs. They wiped them out, but the reptilians still had that DNA. They still had their own experiments. It's not like they couldn't rebuild what they had been working on for the human concept of billions or millions of years at that point, millions of years at that point. There wasn't going to be a whole significant hurt to the overall research or data that they farmed and collected from these experiments of the dinosaurs, that they weren't starting from square one. So they were able to have dragons and humans coexisting at a point. And their goal was to humanize their species. Well, and then it's like, here it gets murky. Here is where it got murky. It gets murky. The debate of time being linear on this planet but not being linear anywhere else makes the timeline very complicated to explain, and would kind of indicate that there might be other dimensions at play, which is part of why it is easy to mystify or mythicize. Okay, so watch People of Earth. I feel like People of Earth, it's a cute show. It's very funny. It's only 2 seasons. It's on Hulu, I think. Still should be anyway. But it's alien based, and it's honestly great. It's honestly great. It helped me open up. Okay, sorry. Hulu's so cheap. I don't know you, so I can't share my info with you, but somebody can, I bet. That is fine. That's where it's up for debate. So at some point, there is some colonizer, and it may have been a reptilian. Like I said, they had this bad leader for a minute, same with the Pleiadians, and they both were like cutting their losses at a certain point, and were kind of getting off planet. But the Pleiadians were getting there. It's almost like the reptilians sold the planet to the Pleiadians, the Pleiadians were cool with life on Earth, wanted to observe. They're more like the tankers, like they just were watching. Look at this, is like, I don't know what this is for. There was this, they're the Greys. Are they the Pleiadians? Because I'm getting Greys. No, Zeta Reticulans, Roswell Greys or Greys. Zetas. Interesting. We were talking about Zetas the other day. They're humanoid forms, long limbs. Okay. So the Greys, it wasn't the Okay, so the reptilians sold the planet to the Greys, and they made the deal. There was something happened. It was so long ago. Everybody's trying to get over it. There wasn't necessarily a war, but there was some drama. They're like, oh, hello, love these little hearts. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the bits. I'm not doing like tarot readings. We're doing channeled alien messages and working through some conspiracy theories. But thank you. It's not gonna get you any cards or anything, but like it's really fun to have you here. Thank you. I love those little cow rainbow hearts. Yeah, the Pleiadians are like superhuman looking. That's where you get the modern human from. It's like Jesus. Like these Pleiadians are the most similar. So oh, that's messed up. Okay, so basically it's not messed up. Greys and reptilians created Pleiadians, but like off planet, but like decided collectively to give the planet to the Pleiadians. And that's where we get modern humans from. That's so weird. That's so weird. This makes a lot of sense, though. This makes a lot of the messages that we've done throughout the last few months and with this deck and in regards to the galactics. Like, this is actually checking out to what they've been telling us. Okay, so who are the Lumerians? Are the ones from underwater? Lumerians came from the water and they just like kept to themselves, and they developed separately very similarly to the Pleiadians. I'm estimating or guessing or hearing something like that. Lumerians is a band apparently, so that's annoying. Yeah, they look really humanoid too. They're from the water. They're from the water. They are Atlantis. I know they're in the mountains, but that's because they oh, yeah. Oh, you just said Atlantis. Okay. Yeah. They're from Atlantis and they evolved from fish, and that's why the reptilians were able to kind of influence the human-like DNA in the Pleiadians with the Greys. I'm hearing Greys, the Gregorian calendar, it's all making sense. It's not, the reason they're called Greys isn't actually because their skin is gray. We associate the color gray with the word gray because of their name. Like, not vice versa. It's like, not Grecian either. But all those things, like, you can see the influence that these civilizations or settlements or even colonizations had on human influences. Like that's what we were saying. Like the reptilians, you can see their influence in ancient Aztec culture, right? We can see the influence of the Pleiadians in ancient Egyptian culture. We can see the influence of the Greys in ancient Greek culture, right? Because the Greys are much more democratic. They mutually decided and agreed with the reptilians what they would do with planet Earth because they were colonizing places together, basically. And they left it to the Pleiadians, but they were not necessarily predicting Lumerians to exist outside of what they were doing, and the origins of Lumerians are unknown because they still do remain very private. And they really only talk to their lineage. So if you've experienced the Lumerians, it's because you have their lineage. And there is so many things. They don't talk. Because they live underwater. They're from underwater. They don't necessarily all live underwater anymore, but they're from underwater. So no one knows anything about them because they communicate with each other. They communicate with their lineage, and that's it. They never spoke a language. They're like animal. I just got a ringing in my ear. They're like animal humanoids. They're like sea creatures. Like mermaids. Early crossbreeds with reptilians, sirens, crossbreeds of Lumerians and reptilians with new genetic material like Greys. Greys are all about education, communication, all that stuff. The Lumerians, they weren't slaves, but they were tortured because they literally had no concept of how to communicate anything to anyone but each other. And like they were useless for themselves. Like there's something really weird with the Lumerians where they look like humans, but their intelligence level is calculated abnormally. Like, let's say that. Calculated abnormally. What other like aliens are there? I'm not reading anything, by the way. I'm looking at their pictures and I'm just kind of getting a narrative. Because it's like channeling, and I don't know if Dom's watching this. I'm gonna have to tell him to rewatch this if he's not watching right now, because he was like trying to get down. He was saying all these different, you know what I mean. So this is pretty much the reading I was trying to do last night. Here we go. Oh yeah, the little green guys. Like we didn't even tap that. That could be reptilians, but I don't think so. There's so many species, like insects. Like who are they? You know, where do they come from? Flatwoods monster. I'm confused by that. Oh, goblin, little green men. These are not. I don't understand. There's a lot of like random crossbreeds though that just like are kind of loose in the world. That's why we see animals we've never seen before and like discover new species all the time because these experiments are just going on and they don't really like, it's not like humans are exempt from these experiments either, and that's why like people get so heavily addicted to drugs is likely because they're getting experimented on and stuff. Or it makes them easier to get experimented on. Nordic aliens, the Pleiadians, Minusians.
Cryptozoological animals. Jersey Devil. Reptilians. Fucking ears going off. He's like, I'm not done. Okay. Secret results of genetic engineering. Alleged. Some super soldiers, the fictional character Captain America from Marvel Comics, is allegedly inspired by such real genetically modified people. It's also a huge arc in another very popular TV show. So if everybody keeps saying it, it might be true, or they manifested it, and now it is. Okay, so we pretty much hit all the major ones. The Marians wasn't even on this list, so it's not that good of a list, obviously. List of humanoid aliens. Check that list. Animations, comics, films, literature, television. Oh, this is like literally different. Okay, aliens. No. Not too many sources on this topic, I suppose. I mean, there is, but like nothing standing out. I am working on some stuff on my website right now, and I will let you know when it's up during construction. So you can always check out www.alimilly.com. It's pretty fun. I think it's kind of cool. I mean, I'm not super popular. I'm not necessarily very well liked, even if I am deeply loved by some good people. But when I look at my work or my stuff, my art, my content, any of it, I really quite like it. And, I can't be too sure why I am so unpopular, but perhaps you'll like it if you enjoy the channel at all. So speaking of the channel, we're channeling aliens. If you're just tuning in, we're talking to some reptilian dude who was there when they wiped out the dinosaurs or whatever. We can get back to the tarot in a second. This conversation's been pretty dope. I'm not even gonna lie. This is the stuff I like to do. This is what interests me way more than tarot, way more than dissecting the actions of what people are doing. I'd much rather explore the possibilities of human history with extraterrestrial creatures that I can tap into mentally in the same way that I can tap into the underworld and talk to the deceased, which is a lot more easy to confirm. But honestly, this whole James Madison thing really blew my mind a little bit. So yeah, whatever. He was telling a story about blah, 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 blah. It's a lot of changing hands, a lot of different rotating kind of things. But part of the reason this came up is, one, because the reading called for it. Two, the last stream I did, we wanted to do this and it just wasn't hitting that night. Three, because I wanted to do other things tonight probably. Four, we're already using their technology. What the fuck? How do you think humans would have ever come up with this stuff? Why do you think Steve Jobs was like, I took some acid and like invented Apple and like a whole new system? Like, that's because it's really easy to communicate with humans when they change their frequencies and heighten it to non-human levels, open up their minds and their eyes to seeing more than they ever have. That's like so bizarre, right? But this is all in their technology. Just like they experimented with us humans, then experimented with the things on this planet. And that's when it really all started, is when humans started to get hip to the fact that they were experiments, whether they blamed it on extraterrestrials or the government. There's been different points and periods of time that would reflect those options, right? There is a need for the truth to come out, but there is also like this margin of trust that needs to be had, that too much too fast can ruin a good thing. And there needs to be situations like this. People like me
who will be the first ones to say it in a sense. I know there's a ton of alien content, and I'm not the first one to come up with this exact theory, but I also purposely try to avoid consuming too much of this type of content so that the messages are more genuine. You know what I mean? That's why I like alien sci-fi comedy more. I did love X-Files, but like I've tried to watch some of the documentaries and it's like, you know what? I actually would rather talk to the source, right? Like that's how this is going down. And again, it's so much easier to confirm something about a deceased person than like an extraterrestrial being that may or may not exist or only exists in theory, right? But we all only exist in theory. It's a dangerous side of nihilism is the opposite of altruism. Solicifism. Fucking pretentious ass bitch. Yeah, no, I know. Okay. Because they did this same similar, like, love it. Love it. Don't get me wrong. I obviously love it. Because they did the whole thing. But solipsism, you know what I'm trying. Thanks. I'm sorry if I'm freaking you out. I get it. So anyway, I'm going to need to get water. Our hours should be coming up on a close pretty soon where we're going to have to roll another ad. LOL. There's a lot going on, a lot of energies. More energies present than I suspected, perhaps. So, there's a lot to be discussed on this topic. And that's why I try not to commit to doing too much with the mystery deck because we can get the entire course of human history that we have no idea about from this third-party, secondhand perspective, what have you. And it's an endlessly interesting topic to me, and we always find some really weird, cool stuff when we look into some of the messages I get, like this Squid and Radinky, whatever the fuck, that whole night with the musical, that was just the wildest thing ever. So there's lots of ways to slightly affirm certain things, but there's just like no ultimate truth to anything. So I hope that you're all enjoying the ride and understand. I'm in the midst of doing like a channel thing with the alien cards, but I'm trying to get back to reading the actual cards on the table. And we were planning on doing some work with the pendulum and some scrying instead of actual tarot readings so that people can ask what they want to ask and get the answers that they need. And I did ask everyone to get their pen and paper, and then we didn't get to it because we've been doing the alien stuff for so long. But this is some really interesting shit, man. This is my favorite part of the job entirely. I love tarot, and I love being able to help people. But booking a personal reading is always going to be the best reading that you can get. And my books are open, and you can book on my website, www.alienmillie.com. You can see all the different options. I have a bunch of decks. It's cool. I love doing tarot. But being able to talk or channel or discuss and assess and analyze alien conspiracy theories, especially when you can tie them back to theology and spirituality and human existence in general, is just literally great. Well, if you're asking the pendulum a question, you're not telling me the question, I'm just giving you the answer. Getting a personal reading is like tailored to you, whereas I don't ever do personal readings on this channel. Yeah. I pretty much always do general readings, and people who are chatting with me and consistently on my stream will often get their own like really personal messages, or like we'll talk about stuff that's happening, but like if people just like pop in and try to get a reading off me or start info dumping, they're not gonna get far. It's like not how we roll around here. It's like we get to kind of know each other. We like to know people's pronouns and sun signs. And we just vibe. So the past few days, I've had a lot of new people, and they've come for some alien stuff. Thank you for understanding. That's exactly what it is. It's very much protecting my fucking energy. So I appreciate you recognizing that. Oh yeah, we have to take a break pretty soon. So I just cannot always think straight because I'm gay. I'm more like Pam than like lesbian, but everything's gay, isn't it? We're a safe space. Yes, my cogs are turning, and there's like the cogs of the machine and the tentacles of creation, and they are supposed to work together, but it's very easy for them to stop each other. And that's something I learned in a great vision that I had in a not so great time in my life. Yeah? Yeah. And being so tied up in someone, it's so crazy. I can't even, yeah, no, I don't want to really go, yeah, I don't want to go down that road right now. That's not even it. Okay. There's this song. There's too many things that just triggered me right now, and it's not like triggered in a bad way. It triggered in a questioning the things I'm perceiving kind of way. And it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was something else. And what you were saying was on fucking point with what I was saying, but not necessarily admitting to what I was thinking. All right? So consider this me playing cool while also always being honest and vulnerable and understanding that the extension of my skills, powers, or talents are still of the human margin of error. Right? So, let's move on with the night. We're going to get more. We're going to, you know what? I'll pick a night sometime. We'll pick like a good day. And we'll just like dedicate it to the alien stuff the whole time. But like, the people want tarot. Is there a conspiracy category on this fucking app yet or what? Because I get it. I shouldn't be streaming on tarot all the time, but it just seems like the spiritual people are usually the ones who are interested in these conversations, right? So the squids are the ones who make music. They come from the ocean, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. Let's just stop. I feel like let's just go back to the cards. This is what I call the mystery deck, by the way. We established that it's like not Golden Gaia, but something else. And I bought this deck used because that's how I like to get my tarot decks. And it was in beautiful condition when I got it. They're gorgeous cards. I had no idea what it was. Somebody looked it up for me, hence why I can't really remember the name. It's not that I don't want to share that information. It's just that I don't know it. I remember it was Raven something with a P, but I can't remember the name. Raven something. Designed it or drew it. But I reserved this deck since I got it for channel messages with gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. So for whatever reason it becomes, not for whatever reason, but for that reason, it often becomes like the readings are about twin flame connections, because twin flame connections are very much cosmic. And hey, God, you're joining really late. Did you go out tonight, or is it late in the day? I can't remember what time zone you're in. That's crazy. What's up? Did somebody just end a stream? Love having y'all here. So a lot of times the mystery deck are messages from our higher selves, which usually if you get a personal reading with this deck, you'll get more tailored to your higher self or your personal guides or, you know, different entities that are tied to you.
Whereas when we do them generally, it's most of the time aliens that come up, and that's why we get on these tangents and tell these stories. Um, Twin flame connections don't typically apply to everyone. Um, Most people, like, either never notice that they have a twin flame or maybe just don't have one in general. It's hard to say. But the twin flame connections, coming to union is a very difficult thing to do, and it's not necessarily the life path of most people. What are you asking me? I'll give you a minute. I need to refill my water and take a break for a second. I just did this for an hour straight, so let's take 3 minutes. You can elaborate on what you're asking me. That's the danger of me not breaking every fucking 30 minutes. No, it's okay. Oh, you're asking like the general. That's interesting. Okay, well, fill her up, ask questions. I'll be right back to answer them.
Okay, I missed a lot, huh? I'm low-key snacking a little bit over here. Y'all know that you don't get to watch me eat for free. Doing enough for you for not enough, so. Okay. Was that dude trying to imply that I was trying to imply something? Because that's how that looked. And it was really dumb. Comes in here once in a while. Doesn't usually cause problems. But doesn't usually stay long. Probably for the best. Yeah. That exchange was weird. Like, why did he make it? Obviously, he made it sexual. That was really weird. And, like, also not funny. I don't know why people would ever assume that I get anything less than amazing dick. Sorry. What? Like, I'm gonna settle for 3. What? No. Bizarre. Lazy ass. Fucking. True. And the thing is, this is what they hate the most. And sometimes dudes will try to troll me by being horny or like asking inappropriate questions. And I'm always like, okay, if you want me to answer that, you have to go to the proper channels and pay first. And they're like, what? Because they're expecting me to get flustered or to be put on the spot and answer or to react in some way, even if it's negative. And the fact that I just accommodate to them, but also charge them, really frustrates them enough to just leave. And leave me alone, usually. So, joke's on them. You know what I mean? Where it's like, you don't even care. You don't really want that. You just want a rise out of me, don't you? Dumb. Yeah. So, I'm back. I know I was here for a minute, but are we trying to do the thing where we do the thing where we get the whole hour again? Because we can have that chill kind of conversation, kind of catch up before we get into the tarot reading. I think we're going to be done with the overly intensive alien conversation. I think we hit a lot of really good points and we need to all process it. And as much as I could keep going, it's like, should I keep going? Or are we supposed to take this bit by bit, not by the bit? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to uncover and unpack. And I think that was the last real message that was coming through on the subject. Pardon me, I eat so fast when I'm taking my little food breaks. I appreciate you, and you're here, tuning in, you're talking to me all night, and that to me is like keeping this stream as long as it is, you know what I mean? So like, it's always appreciated what your efforts are, and understand that I do this for people that can't, you know? And like, that doesn't mean I'm gonna make the whole stream about you or read only your cards or your cards specifically, but like, that's why I don't mind doing the general readings or making the videos and doing the streams and stuff. It's not only like fun for me, but it's kind of like not necessary either, but somewhere in between. It is fun for me, and it is somewhat necessary. But I'm gonna roll the ad. We're gonna see if we can get our hour-long stretch. What do you mean you checked? You can see who's watching? Why don't I know anything about Twitch? What do you mean? The viewer icon. I wonder if it just looks different on your end, my end. Oh God, what am I clicking? What have I done? Where am I? Okay, bringing it back down. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at like a different setup, so I'll figure it out another time. That's cool. I didn't know you could know who watches the stream. That's kind of intriguing to me because I am sometimes curious if it's my regular lurkers. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally forgot to turn this back on. My regular lurkers or not. Yeah. So, I'm not getting like tired, but I'm like, damn, I've been doing this for almost 6 hours, and it sometimes doesn't faze me. The other night, 45 minutes was too fucking long. You know what I'm saying? 5 hours and 45 minutes, whatever to me right now. I'm getting sleepy. It's getting to be that time. It's getting to be that point in the night. This is why I wish I would start a little bit earlier. But there's more people on my stream now than there was at all most of the night. So it's weird how sometimes these hours are better. But why? What are y'all doing with your lives? You're watching my conspiracy streams at like 3 in the morning on a fucking Tuesday, whatever day. Yeah, it is Tuesday, isn't it? A little bit, yeah. I still have some coffee here. I wasn't planning on staying up all night, but the stream's going well. The other night didn't go that good. With the mystery deck. Do you want to do this pendulum and scrying and stuff? Who's still here? It's something I want to at least introduce on the stream, so who that got their pen and paper is still here? A couple people probably fell asleep listening to my dumb ass. Oh no, I'm sure several people fell asleep while I was ranting about aliens, and that's why I have like a few counts. But you are hanging on by a thread. What time of day is it there? You were getting coffee at 5 p.m. on my last stream, correct or wrong? I can't remember. I might be confusing you with someone else. Yeah, okay, so you're not sleeping. That's cool. Yeah, okay. So let's do it. I'm going to read a few of the cards left on the table. We're getting back focused. We're getting back to the tarot. I was talking to anybody. Yeah, I was just seeing who else was here from the earlier conversation. Sometimes Dink will just like quietly fade out in the distance. Source was barely even talking to us tonight, but then like usually is there at the end. So I was just shouting out to see who was told to get pen and paper like 3 hours ago and was wondering if we would ever get back to that. But perhaps some of you took the time to take notes, not necessarily about what I was saying, but what you were thinking while I said it. I should have mentioned that I didn't think it would take us this long to circle back to it, to be honest with you. The impromptu reptilian species history class was a bit much and unpredicted. Was not expecting that. I'm also going to play along and write my own questions, I think. Yeah. Kind of goofy. So we are going to start with these, going back to these cards. The King of Water, just chilling, don't care. Masculine energies needing to determine what they're gonna do, whether or not to commit or leave or whatever, come to or move away from. So underneath that,
we have something that needs to be addressed that has yet to be decided, and that is 5th position, Earth. Very much Capricorn energy, just the way it's an Earth sign depicted with horns that look like a ram, because Aries is the ram, but it's fire, and the fucking goat, whatever the fuck's going on. I don't know. Bulls don't look like this. This is just giving Capricorn energy, especially because it's very devilish, and Capricorn is the devil in tarot. So I don't know. It could be Capricorn, or Capricorn season is leaving things undecided or up in the air. Yeah. But oddly enough, seeing a 5 on its side isn't necessarily registering as a bad thing, because 5 of discs is like worry in the Thoth deck. It's stagnation. Any 5 is like in between, in the middle. So it's almost like accepting that things will no longer be stagnant. You have to accept this as like a good thing. And then this other one was on its side, but it went up, right? But it's face down, so I don't know if it's in the upright or the reverse or what it is. But we're about to find out together. It's in the upright? Is this Counselor? Mind body? Oh, it's in the reverse. 3rd position, water. So in the upright, this is like the femmes being strapped in and ready for anything. Double femme energy, femme presenting body, and feminine element of water. But it's in the reverse. And so you're scared that the femmes aren't ready for this. Okay, babes. Listen. Okay, so the masculine energies are the indecisive ones. Let's roll this ad so we get an hour of uninterrupted. It's ready. It's a minute. It's 60 seconds. Take a breather. Get your pens and pencils back out. I meant paper and pens. Beta. I don't know if somebody's dealing with someone named Peter, or anyone whose name starts with a P. I don't know if Phil's holding on. Prep. I don't know if someone takes prep. No judgments, because that's fucking rad that prep exists. But something is like... So if you're seeing someone new and you are assigned male at birth, you may want to take prep. I don't know if it's in general or if it's someone you know and information has yet to be disclosed, but you should be taking prep. The only reason I say assigned male at birth is because that's the only people who can take prep. Sorry, it looks like it got a little too gay for some people. But let's be right back. We'll get a whole hour of uninterrupted chat. Okay. Everyone's a little bit gay. Just kidding. Maybe true. Kinsey scale. Very rare to get a 0 or a 6. Maybe it's not a shame. Maybe it's a good thing. This is about you, not them, right? Your era. So, The reason these masculine energies are so indecisive right now is because they think that the femmes are not prepared for them. They think things might still go wrong or that they're already better than they will be. Like, they'll somehow get worse. It's weird. It's made up fears. There needs to be trust in the feminine. There needs to be trust in the feminine. There needs to be trust that they got this, they can do this, they can handle this. There's anything you throw at them, it's going to be taken well. Like, there's very little that you'd have to shy away from or lie about or disconnect or be like punishment to be kind of like you're holding back for no reason. You're holding back for no reason. Like, nobody needs to be strapped in. It's not some like earth-shattering revelation to be told that you're loved or to be like, I can't, or to just say I'm kind of like, yeah. It's like, is it a mask or a band-aid? And is there even a wound under there? Put a band-aid on for your childhood wounds. All right, rip it off. You were a child. Ooh, spooky. Like, okay. Anyways, like, the fuck? I have another face down card. It was next to the stack. On one hand, on the other hand, masculine's making up any reason to just be non-committal and evasive. Like, fuck you. Yeah, the sage. Coming back in your old age, being like, ooh, can I approach? Is this a good time? Like, goddamn, yes, it's been a good time. Can you relax a little bit? Like, why did it take you eons of earth time to figure out something so simple or to see your way through the darkness or whatever the fuck you're gonna come back in 40 more years if you've got them? Like, you're some kind of specimen of health. Why does it take so long to decide not to love but to be honest? That's the age-old question. So, that being said, I'm putting these bitches away. I have these 3 piles that we talked about earlier. This is where we're going to start doing some of the other things that we're incorporating into this tarot reading. We have 8th position air. We have 4th position fire. And we have a 9th position earth. Okay. And then underneath it we had cards that we were looking at, and these seem more direct. So here we go. Now is when we're gonna like use the pen and paper. So once again, if you need pen and paper, if you had pen and paper, forgot to see how long it said we had till the next ad, but it's fine. I think we're probably at 60 minutes at least, right? So I'm just gonna move this back over so I don't miss it. I don't know. Because I told you earlier it was different elements, so maybe subconsciously you remembered it. But yeah, the blue, red, and green is like sending me. It's so good. Okay. I don't get it. Do you need to be blocked, sir? You've been pretty chill since you've been on here, but what are you talking about right now? And why are you talking about it? Just kidding. Okay. So you got your pens and papers. We can do this in whatever ways you want to. So like, let's start there. This is going to be the pendulum for the evening. It's simple, it's light, it's weighted kind of weird, but it's also the most even. It is like a homemade pendulum. It was supposed to be a cord cutting ritual that I reversed and blessed and tried to heal. So I was like, you know what? Rather than cut the cord, let it guide you, right? So, pendulum. I know what GG stands for. I don't get why you were talking about people sighing. And now you're talking about servants and stuff, and you're like trying to mansplain good game instead of addressing what he and what side. Anyways, so if you have your pens and papers, we have these three options. We have like water, fire, earth. We have acceptance, direction, and offers. There's like this way to incorporate the cards, but I have 3 piles, so that's kind of weird. You can also pick a pile. So I said I would pick a number after this, and we would just read cards from each pile. So if you want to pick a pile now, you can write down what each pile represents to you or which one you're getting your specific message from, what have you. So you can write that down for yourself instead of putting it in the chat. And then if you want to come up with 5 yes or no questions, do that now. Write them down. Because we're going to start with the pendulum. I'm going to roll this ad and see what. Okay, you're not done, and I'm going to give everyone else who's been patient with me time to do it. But I am going to roll the ad and see if we can extend our thing, because we're at the 6-hour mark. So I'll be right back. Write down your questions. Okay, do y'all have your 5 yes or no questions? Yeah, your head counts. That's fine. Some people may have already wrote their questions a while ago. Honor those. You know what? I forgot to write my own down. What was I thinking? 5 yes or no questions. Okay. It seems like it does feel like he's in the wrong chat. Alright, so I forgot to write down my question, so I wrote mine down. My ear is starting to really bother me, but my earrings aren't even heavy, so I gotta wrap this up soon. It's tough. Okay, so I've got 5 yes or no questions and hope you do too. This is the pendulum, and we are asking for it to tell us some stuff about what's going on. So basically, when it spins clockwise is a yes, and counterclockwise is a no. So, pendulum, question number 1, yes or no? It's a no. Takes a second for me to like realize which way it spins or like which way is clock. Whatever. Okay, so second question, pendulum, we ask. Well, they're all your own questions. It was a no. I don't know how delayed that question mark chat was, but okay. Yeah, no. It's a no. So question number 2, pendulum, we ask yes or no. Oof, this one's loose. I let go of too many things. Yeah, I said loose because it's like it's a little undecided right now. It's swinging back and forth. Every time it looks like it's gonna lean towards a no, it looks like it's swinging towards yes, but it's just it's undecided. Number 2 is undecided. I'm sad about number 1 as well. I think for me, I was maybe too vague or too specific about what I wanted a yes for, right? And that's why it's a no. But that's okay. That's okay. Number 2, undecided. I don't even remember what my second question was. Ah, good. Okay. Number 3. Pendulum, we ask, is it yes or no? Another undecided, but leaning towards no. Yeah, it's like undecided. Okay. It's undecided. Number 3, undecided, but ultimately no. Okay. Number 4, pendulum. We ask, is it yes or no? Okay, this started as a no and then became a yes. So it might be like it was a no, but it's becoming a yes, or it's become a yes. So that might indicate. Well, that's the whole point. It's like anybody's would be. Yeah, so this was yes, or this was no and then yes. Literally watched it go from no to yes. Um, last question. Question number 5. Pendulum. Is it yes or no? Yeah, that's clockwise as fuck, yes. Quick, yeah. Kind of like, yeah. Not everything is undecided. It was no, undecided. The first one was no. The second one was undecided. The third one was undecided. The fourth one was no. Yes, that becomes no. You think I should. Thank you. I'm not very good at enforcing my boundaries sometimes, but you're right. I'm ignoring it when really I should just get rid of it. You are not wrong. Thank you. Okay. Number 1 was no. Number 2 was undecided. Number 3 was also no. Number 4 was no, that becomes yes. Number 5 was yes. So they weren't all undecided. 2 of them were, I think that's what it was. Number 1 was no. Number 2 was undecided. Number 3 was undecided but leaning towards no. Number 4 was no until it became yes. Number 5, yes. Interesting. My personal results are very interesting on that. I love that we wrote them down. A lot of times I'll ask mentally, but I very rarely write them down. I think reflecting on my questions definitely. No, I think it goes well in line with mine as well. So I think we all put that. That's the fun of not knowing what everybody's asking, kind of, and like having your own before we get the answers, because like a couple of us were a little disappointed by the first one being no, right? So it's silly like that. Think about that Leonard Cohen song again. I get that. Yeah, I feel like I consciously put effort into my questions, but I was very vague, and I feel like it was just like a flash of something that came to mind that I could question, and then more or less asking them, you know, writing them, putting them in words. But it's interesting because the results are like, oh shit, and then it's like, but the way you asked that or what you asked, and in terms of a yes or no question, definitely could be left up to interpretation. So perhaps we try one more time, be slightly more specific with our yes or no questions, and then do another set of 5, and then we'll move on from the pendulums. And do scrying. I might leave the pickup piles for tomorrow. because it seems like too much. Like I'd rather start. Well, that's the whole trick with that mystery deck. Is like I never start with the readings, but I guess if they're already shuffled and laid out, it might be more of a direct reading. But also, I don't know when I'm gonna stream next. Is the other thing. I don't think I'll be available to do it tomorrow necessarily. So I could power through it today. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. Let's get through this and that first, and then yeah. I'm gonna want to see if we can extend that 60 minutes any longer than 60 minutes. But if we're gonna write down 5 questions, we're gonna take the ad break anyway. So BRB, 60 seconds. Okay, so I am working on my questions. Yeah, I think we have. I think we just don't even realize it. That's the thing. If some humans are like crossbred with alien DNA, you gotta imagine they're fucking. The aliens are just like chilling, right? Also, is this really delayed all of a sudden? When did that happen? I'm sorry, it seemed like we had a bit of a delay. Looks like we're caught back up. Slightly more. Alright. Yeah, I think we have. Okay. I'm working on my last questions. Okay, so I am going to. How old are you? Like, what do you mean? I guess I don't even consider myself an adult, really, so I kind of can relate to what you mean, but like, what? Okay, so. Like, you know how I said I kept it really vague the first time? We got some pretty mixed up answers where it was like undecided, yes and no, blah, blah, blah. I decided to be more specific with the same questions. If you came up with 5 new questions, that's fine, but I want to give you examples from my questions of how to take a vague question. LOL. I hear you. How to take a vague question and make it more specific or more direct. Now, anything that this would be in context to will not be obvious to you, and it's not meant to be. I wanted it to be sort of private, but also like a working example. So originally, my question was, will it happen? No. my revamped question is, will this come to me? Because it's not whether or not something will happen, it was the way it's going to happen, right? I said, am I safe? We got undecided. So I'm saying, can I protect myself? Right? And so on. Is this prosperous? Undecided / no. Can I bring prosperity to this? Like, being more direct, being more specific, doing the same, I don't know, not doing the same thing. Reiterating yourself in a new way to be more direct, to get the more direct answers that we seek. So, if you've got your questions, I've got mine. And I was just trying to think of stuff, like I get download, I don't really ask too much. Intentionally, I ask kind of light-ish weight questions, right? To get solid answers. Always keep it vague because it is just a yes or no question, right? So if everybody's got their questions, we're gonna do round 2 of the yes or no pendulum. I do have other pendulums. They're in storage right now. That are more than just yes or no. Okay. And that's pretty much the extent of my German. So the next set of 5 yes or no questions. Question number 1. Will it be yes or no? That is like, no. Yeah, that's a no. Okay, question number 2. Is it going to be a yes or no? That one hit my ring. And it's still undecided. But it's a yes. Ultimately, it's a yes. That's interesting. Okay. Number 3 is it's going to be yes or no. Pretty subtle no. I really kind of yes. Hold on, I kind of want to redo this one. This one's murky. This one's murkier than number 4 last time. This is all right. Number 3. We're wondering if it's just yes or no. Yes or no. Yes. It's like still very undecided, but with a yes. Okay. Number 4. Trying to get a yes or no. No. Cool, I like that. And question number 5. Yes or no?
Yes. That's just like straight up yes. Both times. 4 is no. 5 is yes. So number 1, still a no. Number 2, undecided, leaning towards yes. Or kind of like undecided and becomes a yes. Number 3, undecided becomes a yes. Number 4, no. Number 5, yes. So comparing the two, number 1, no and no both times. If you kept the same questions, it's double confirmation that it's non-negotiable. It's a no. Number 2, we got undecided the first time and undecided that became a yes the second time. So with some effort, with some work, you can get a yes. Number 3, we got undecided that became a no. But the second time we got undecided that became a yes. So be careful how you see or perceive things, the way you talk about things, the way you word things, the way you ask for things. Because that could determine the outcome of them. That's kind of what I take from that. Number 4, we got no then yes, right? So basically persisting will. Okay, so I'm going to give the example. What I had for that question was, are they mad? Super vague. And it was no, then yes. So because of my question, I'm saying, are they mad? They mad, like proverbial. No, but then yes would indicate they're not mad, but they will get mad. They will be mad. They can become mad if you keep asking. Right? No, I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't think that or assume that. You know what I mean? If it's undecided, it could be a non-yes or no answer. It could be up in the air. Like if you're waiting for a call back from a job, they may have just literally, they're still looking through applications and haven't narrowed you down to a yes yet. But it's not a no. You're still in the running. That kind of thing. Undecided would indicate more than anything that it just needs more time. So, right, so number 4 said, are they mad? No, but then yes, it can like become like they will get mad almost. Second time, I changed it to, do I trigger anger? And it was no. I may trigger people, but it's not anger. And that's why it's like they're not mad, but they might get mad, or there's something perhaps that I triggered. But that's okay. But it was a more solid no the second time. And then number 5, yes and yes. Both at first and only yeses in the whole list. Anything else was like it could be yes, could become yes, undecided. But number 5 both times was yes and yes. Hardcore, yes, yes. So that's pretty cool. Like pretty good. This is funny because I did keep it vague, but it does make me have some follow-up questions. Does anybody feel like they have follow-up questions, but we won't do 2 sets of 5? Is that bad? I didn't think I'd depend on a pendulum. I'm like, oh, I'm a little thrown off by some of these questions and wondering, what does that mean? But then I think perhaps we'll get the answers from the mirror. Interesting. I think I need more than a yes or no answer for my follow-up question, so let's pause that.
That's okay. Take the pendulum off. I think I'm gonna do some scrying. And then call it for the day. I'm confused by this hour of my life. I'll at least go 30 minutes because we got 1 hour, no ads, and we're only 30 minutes into it. I'm gonna try the scrying. I've never really done this. Like I said, I've only done this personal use. I've never done this in terms of the channel before, or like, I don't know, right? But that's so funny. That is so funny. LOL. Yeah, because it's like absurd hours right now. I'm not surprised I'm the only one on. I'm not even reading tarot, which is funny. Okay. LOL. I was showing you guys some of the tools that we will be using for this. Gonna put the pendulum away. We had 10 solid questions. That was cool. Definitely realizing that we can tune in, more often rather than doing, 1 or 2 long streams a week. Maybe we can get into the habit of doing a bit shorter, different streams, especially since I've been shying away from the tarot and whatnot. The pendulum was pretty cool. I used to do it a bit more when I was making YouTube videos and would do it on live, or just like had all of my pendulums with me rather than like just this more recent one. Though I really do like it, the point. Okay, well then do it next time. Damn, why are you being all, don't make it about you. This is also for anybody, if they watch the replay and get to that mark and they can do it too. They won't know the answers when they ask their questions. So, putting the pendulum away for now. Definitely something I will probably be revisiting on the channel, especially as we continue over these next 3 months and are trying to use like as few decks as possible. We can definitely still check in and get the answers we seek in other ways. So that's going to be cool. Now for the scrying. This is going to get a little weird because I'm already sensing like what I'm going to get out of this, but I'm not necessarily sure. I don't know. This has always been a very personal matter for me, scrying in this way. And there's something just like, I don't know. I'm gonna see if I should be doing this, basically. So I'm hearing someone's happy. There's a song I like. I started sending you a note on how I hope that you're happy. I wrote it somewhere in the sand. You know, I wish I was an ocean. You know, my ears. Oh no, how I hope that you're happy. This isn't necessarily the message I thought I was going to get, so yeah, I can see why it would come up though when sort of playing with mirrors, huh? I have an unfortunate sort of message for perhaps someone who didn't know or didn't get this. And it's not as simple as to say that these messages are conveyed directly. But let this be a lesson for anyone who may be practicing conversations in the mirror or telling themselves things in the mirror, talking to the mirror. For whatever reason you talk to the mirror, if you're talking about or to someone in the mirror, they know. They know. If it's a highly intuitive person that you are practicing this conversation with or having this conversation with, I typically, if I am communicating a message to someone via the mirror, it's not necessarily that I'm practicing a conversation I'm going to have, but I am in that moment having the conversation. Right? Or having the dead move that message to that person. Now, I'm not saying you should just start doing mirror magic, because this is a very, like, drippy, trippy form of magic, mixing elements like glass and silver and kind of like all different things. It's a lot. I'm not gonna like get into it right now. But even looking at things like Alice in Wonderland and what have you, there's a lot that goes into the looking glass. Okay, and scrying is not always as simple as saying, oh, if you do that. This is a specific message for someone, because I did this. And I know that there is something at the top of the mirror. Okay, so if you crossed it off, that's literally even worse than not erasing it. And if there is something, if you have a mirror and there's something on it, written on it, stuck to it, label, some kind of words or something at the top, or even lights or something like that, but only the top part, then this is definitely for you. Like, the person you're talking to in your head knows you talk to them, kind of thing. Like as weird as that is. Like, it's a little too obvious on a spiritual level. People fail to realize that mirrors are kind of like portals, and I think that was why disco balls were so popular at the time that they were. But let's not even get into that. That's like a whole nother conversation. I could literally do this all fucking day, but if I did, that'd be wild. I did want to plan a 24-hour stream sometime. I think that'd be kind of funny and cool. And I think I could do it. Because I'm 7 hours in and I'm like, man, I should stop. I should sleep. Am I a little tired? Sure. Could I keep going? Yes. I'm so interested in everything that's come up tonight and everything we've talked about. And I have a crowd of people who seem to be a little interested in it too. But it is late and we should save the juice for another time. But let's get these scrying messages. So right now I'm just looking. I'm just kind of seeing what's out there. And I'm only seeing one reflection, which is annoying. Good morning to you too. Okay. That was the only message I was like seeing. So we're gonna try this. No, I think scrying is just for me. I don't think this is something I can do for people because, yeah, it's just for me. But good to know this is a good scrying mirror for myself. Yeah, that's not ever gonna happen. That's not really gonna work. It's cool though. I'm glad to know I can do it. If you want to pay me to teach you a little more about it, you can. But it's not necessarily like so powerful of a magic, but it's like a little more advanced than maybe I realized because I've been doing it for so long. Putting this away, I'm like so baffled by how many people are present with me right now. Really appreciate the love and support, y'all. Let's take the next 20 minutes to just talk a bit. How do we feel? How was your night? How were the aliens and all that stuff? Like, what are you guys thinking? What are you guys feeling? What was your favorite part of the evening? What are you looking forward to on the next stream? What are you looking forward to about me? What do you want to know? Where do you gotta go? What's good? Talk to me. Nothing. No, it's late. Ready to pipe it up, but you know, I'm gonna be stubborn as hell. We're gonna wait this next 18 minutes or whatever because we work so damn hard and watch so many fucking ads for us to get this uninterrupted hour. But of course, I'm gonna be so fucking tired. I try not to sleep super fucking late or super fucking long, but sometimes I exhaust myself with all the channeling and the messages, and the tarot, the talking, the streaming, everything. It adds up. It's supposed to be a beautiful day today. Damn. Do I dare sleep when I risk missing it entirely? I might have to stay up today, y'all. Not that I'll be on the stream all day, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to what the day brings. You know what I mean? It seems like there's a good energy in the air, and it's probably because we are getting so damn close to the end of Capricorn season, as well as Mercury going back direct for us. You know what I'm saying? So, I love that. I love that. I love that. There's a whole bunch of stuff I've been working on lately too, and like I said, revamping my website so that there will be some more features for us to interact with, and I will tell you all about it when it's launched. In the meantime, you can still visit my website and find a whole bunch of really goofy, fun, cool content, writings and recordings and all sorts of stuff. There's like too much going on. Damn. I don't know if I'm gonna make it this extra 15 minutes. It's not that I'm getting so tired, but once I decided to check out, I'm checking out, and I'm starting to think it's helping me put together a good schedule of like what goes well on the channel and what people really like to see and how I can incorporate different things rather than burning out on our decks as quickly as I have been lately. So this is definitely helpful. I don't know that I'm going to have a schedule super quickly for you by any means, but at the same time, something I want to look up too, which is so funny. Kind of random. I'm wondering why I got the answers I got for some of these questions. Okay, it's gotten very quiet on here. The crowd's dwindling down. We didn't quite make it that hour uninterrupted, but I don't think I'm gonna make it to 7 straight. So I am gonna call it an evening at this point. I appreciate y'all being here. I'm leaving these stacks, this You Pick a Pile stacks, I am leaving out, and they are on the table. If I stay up, I'll just jump on here at some point in the day. If I sleep, I may not have time to stream because I believe I have plans elsewhere and otherwise. So I don't know that I'm streaming tonight necessarily. But maybe. And the next time I stream, I will be going back to these piles that I have. So thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna go be comfortable for a little bit, and maybe move on with my day. We'll see. These late streams really do me no favors for my sleep schedule, but also these hours seem to be better than normal evening time dinner hours. So interesting enough. And I love you all so much. Thank you for participating in the chat. Thank you for being respectful. Thank you for coming again and again back to me and all this esoteric knowledge and wisdom that is shared through me on this channel. So thank you. Probably roll out with more ads. Fuck it. Make that money, capitalism. And then I'm going to end the stream. So once again, thank you so much for tuning in, turning on, dropping out, tripping up, whatever the fuck. I love it. Good night and good luck.